Alright, welcome back, folks. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は290日目です。Today is day 290. We're kind of getting close to that 100-day review. I am kind of thinking about maybe taking a day or two away to prepare for the 100 review. We'll see. The 100-day review. Because it's been 100 days since the last one. We'll think about it. For now, today is a very exciting day. We get to see what the story thing is going to be after our recall today. And depending on the length, we'll either cover, like consolidate these two together, or do the story, maybe write or talk about the story, summarize how the story works and how that will fit into the next 10 units, because there are 10 stories before the last 3, which don't have any stories right now. So I don't know if that's a section 4 thing, so we'll see. Yeah, it'll be exciting. This is a quote-unquote a new feature. Also, there's this thing about the classroom thing that doesn't work anymore. So be prepared for my occasional hydration break during the ads, right? There's gonna be an occasional Duolingo ad everywhere. That's perfectly fine. We used to do this. It used to be kind of fun. Anyways, let's get into our recall today. So unit 76 was pretty straightforward. Early shakes. Okay, so let's start with Enshu. Senchu. Oof. Ugh. Senchu. Senchu. I saw. 리쿠저. 리쿠저. 유저. Haku. Haku. Ugh. So tiny. Taku. Suie. Suie. Karate. Okay. Shumoku. 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 No. Dang you. Tanoshimi. Tanoshimi. Desu. Kaijo. Kaijo. Okay. Kaijo. Kaijo. Oh, I wrote this incorrectly yesterday. Let me just correct it here. It's Orin. Orin. As opposed to Ori. Orin. Ku. Okay. Medoru. Medoru. Umae. Umae. Gozu. These two are related. Oh, their turn. Ohio. Dekiru. 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 Kinjo. Kinjo. In. In. 긴. And do. I think that's it for the vocabulary. Oh, we can throw in gorufu. I think that's it for 76. 75. 75 is bigger, actually. Start with the different city names, right? Location names. Shibuya. Harajuku. Akihabara. Shinjuku. Shinjuku. Ikebukuro. Ikebukuro. Stop squirming. Do well. Dang you. It's actually kind of hard. Yamanote. Yamanote. Holy, this is a lot harder than it looks. Ginza. Ginza. Hiroshima. 8? That's 8. Okay. Osaten. Daitoshi. Shuto. Medo. Medo. Cospure. Sarari. Man. Ataraku. No. Yes, hataraku. Wait. Yeah. No, that's right. Hataraku. You skipped to section 3, unit 74? Oh. Way to join me. Yeah, I would, yeah, that's a good place. Yeah. Then you can like do this, and then you can do the stories for fun. I think the stories are like the end game, so, or what I mean is it's pretty much the last feature. Honestly, if you're already like into N3, right? If you're already into N3, I probably just skip all the way to the end and then go through the kanji section if you like to do vocab, and then do the daily refreshes if you like completed all of N4. Probably, I think that's kind of where they are, but there's occasional like N3, and there's a few like N2 and N1 vocabulary thrown in somewhere. I think Mensuru is N1. So if you're ever curious, that shows up. Yeah, you just look at the kanji section for your vocab. Yeah, that's what I would highly recommend. If like say you started with everything else, you just don't like the way Duolingo does it, right? Like it takes too long, everything's really boring. But I think their kanji section is a very useful way to look at it in a different way, like in a different organized way. As in, you look at the stuff and you're like, how are these characters related to each other? And I think that's a lot of fun. Like even without like clicking on it, and you can always click on it and they have it all listed, so then you can create your own construct on your own because they list everything that's in each unit. So I think their kanji section, it's not like, I don't want to say it's built, it's not a competition. It's more like it's a different way to organize the thoughts that are dealing with kanji. So if you organize it differently and then you're looking at a different form of organization, it might inspire you to think about it in a different way, and that only adds to your memory. So I think their kanji section is very, very nice, and you can just skip all the way to the end, because if you're already competent in Japanese, and just look at their kanji section for fun, for the heck of it. Right. Hello there, Hans. What you call it? One thing, there is a bug on the desktop version, and I'll show you in a sec once I finish this recall. There is a bug though. There's definitely, there are some vocabs you don't know in Duolingo. I see. I hope you discover them, little bits of treasure here and there. There is a bug though with the stroke order depiction. I don't know if they fixed it actually. Now I gotta go check. I'll show you what I mean. On the desktop version. Oh, and the mobile actually, because I checked the mobile app too. It's a current bug. I'm not sure if it's a already existing bug because I only got to this section. I'll show you in a sec. Let's see. It's a big doozy churn. It's a big doozy bug. Like, it's a big deal. At least to me, it's a big deal because since I write characters. That's a lot of emote spamming. Let's see. All right. Can I ask you not to do that too often? Thanks. It's just cute on my stream. No worries. No worries. Resist. Moderation. Where were we? Let's see. We were in. Thanks. So, what vocabulary word did you encounter so far, Jern? Can you give me an example? Let's see, where are we? Hiroba. Hiroba. Basho. Basho. Injo. You mean take care. Good luck with your day. Thanks for stopping by. You mean Atsumari. Atsumari. Maru. Oof. Alright. Oh my gosh. My hand is so unsteady. Okay. Como. Kazu. Fueru. Oh there, Tio. How are you? It's been a couple days. Oh, wait. Inko fueru. Whoops. Glad I'm here. How's my study? My study's going pretty well. Did you take your exam, LTO? Are you home free? to vacation time. Fueru. 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 Onaka. Whoops. You're free at last? Alright. Yay, you skipped to section 4. Nice, nice. Oh, actually, no, I'll find out later, soon enough. But all right. So, this is what I mean. Here, let me show you. Maybe they fixed it. So that one's fine. That one's fine. Oh, they might have fixed it. Hold. 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 So there were stroke order problems. I think they might have fixed it though. Oh, I think they fixed it. Oh no, here it is. So no, I'm good. I'm pretty good. Yo. So there are a few chapters where some of the characters are kind of borked. Like you see this? It's missing, but I think it's not all the chapters. You can see that something went devastatingly wrong, but it looks like it corrected itself after I stopped noticing. I don't check stroke orders anymore too often, so it looks like the current ones don't do that anymore. So it's like in the middle. Yeah, it's in the middle. I'm gonna say somewhere between section 369, maybe a little bit more. So it's between the 60s. It's in the 60s where there's like something went wrong, and maybe it's 60. Yeah, like 67. Some of the characters just got lost. That's okay though. Obviously you can cross-reference, but it looks like it's since I usually stop paying attention to these things anymore because of writing. My writing proficiency is past that. It doesn't look like it's happening anymore. That's why I didn't notice it anymore. Yeah, all of them are fine now. So it's somewhere in there occasionally. So it could crop up somewhere else, but this is the first time, which like largely 99% of the stuff is working. So it was bizarre. I know. That's something. All right. So off to the main event today. I get to see what the story is like about the passport, which kind of makes sense, I suppose. It's one of the first topics. All right. All right. No hype included, right? I hope it's not underwhelming. All right, time for a story. Listen and read along with a quick story. Stories prepare you for real conversation. Maybe. Okay. All right.
ビクラムと妻のプリティは空港にいます。
Why did they write it like that? Wait, what is the first part?
ビクラムと妻のプリティは空港にいます。
What is that first thing? And taking your leave? Take care, Tio. What is this? Oh, that's how you write V. Oh. Yeah, they didn't use kanji here. Like kuko is not in kanji. So, and then that's it actually. It's just kuko. Yeah. What else? What else do you... Oh, yeah. Tsuma. Yeah, Tsuma. Tsuma is a hand wavy. You don't... It's both. Tsuma is like... You can find both. But Ku call is definitely not. But Vic... Oh, man. How do they pronounce...
ビクラムと妻のプリティは
Interesting.
空港にいます。
Oh, it slows down. I didn't realize it slows down too. So, Vikramuと妻のブリーチ Wait.
ビクラムと妻のプリティは
ブリ
空港にいます。
ブリティ I don't know what that is. Okay, プリティは空港にいます. Okay. So, alright, so I guess he's with his wife. Oh, the wife's name. Puriti. I see. So, Tsuma no Puriti. Maybe that's how they're going about it. So Vikram is with his wife, Puriti. Puriti at the airport. Okay, fair enough.
どうしよう。僕のパスポートはどこ？
どうしよう。Boku. Oh no, Boku is not written as well. Boku no passporto wa. Oh, I mean the other ones are Neko, Koko, Doko. I guess what Doko works. I'm asking a question.
ここにないんだ。
ここにないんだ. Okay, sure.
ビクラム
Okay.
カバンの中にもない。
Kaban? Oh no. Kaban. Nah, I would probably write Kaban in kanji. Kaban no. Okay, there is a reason why they didn't use kanji turn, or I have a distinct feeling why they didn't use kanji. It's there's no option for furigana here. So that could be a thing where the story was added when they before they changed the path, and then after they changed the path, it looks like they are leaning closer to keeping it hiragana, but there's no, looking at it, there is, it's all entirely in kana. I guess the idea is that instead of jumping straight to kanji, it would be nice in the future if they do kanji with furigana instead. The reason why I know there isn't furigana is there's no cog in the top left. There's no cog in the top left, so all of it is probably in kana. So when you put a sad face, right? My rebuttal to whether it's a bad or a good thing is it's not a bad thing because you should already know all the kanji. So if you're reading the hiragana and you're having a tough time knowing what the kanji is, then your kanji is probably rusty, not the hiragana. At least in my opinion. Like kabam, we could write all of these if we wanted to. Typing is a little different. Typing is you type the hirakana, you're still typing the kana, and it's converting into a kanji. Hey, thanks Nojo. I think it's very different when you effectively just type the kana anyways, and then write the kanji, as opposed to writing the kanji without the you like kanji better, easier to read? Well, yeah, it is easier to read because you read kanji. I actually disagree that you wouldn't find kana easy to read if you started the same way I did with Duolingo. You can get very, very proficient. Kanji will be worse until it's not. That's what happens when it's practice. So when you like something better, it's because you did it more often, in my opinion. Now, we could go and compare the compression. Yeah, kanji is definitely a lot more compressed than, and I like how they juxtapose with the different things. But kanji is not strictly better because it's easy to read, in my opinion. Kanji is strictly better because you read kanji more often. Now, I would still give the nod that kanji objectively is more compressed than kana. But if you give someone who doesn't know any kanji this, they would likely say they can read this more than they read kanji. So then the kanji is not better for them, right? So I'm not saying you should feel that way. I'm trying to explain why it is that way, or why that is the case. Up to this point, usually if I had to guess why they chose to do this, is largely because up to this point you're still learning kanji and you're not actually you're still learning kanji, so they went with kana. But I think the best, in my opinion, the best of both worlds is to have furigana available for this section, and that probably requires R&D time or something. I don't know. I think that's an interesting omission to not write in kanji and have furigana available. Yeah. As to keep in mind the keeping in mind the biases, right? The biases that we have. I prefer to read kanji now too. So however, instead, if it's offered in kana, then I would write, which means that we should start writing these things down, right? So let's write these down. And we can stay on the screen, I'm pretty sure. So we have Tsuma. Tsuma is kind of a weird one. I think Tsuma was the... Oh. I might have to look closer at Tsuma. I think it's the ka. So it's the ka. And then the female marker. I don't know if there's an extra stroke. I feel like there might be one. Yeah, there is an extra. So there's one above. And then we have Kuko. I don't know what to call it. Write the call. The port. So, ku. And then call. Nope. I think it's this. Oh, I've got the water. Ha 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 na ha ki. I don't get it. So we have the sky port. Haha wa hana ga suki. Okay. I know, but I don't understand why you're... Oh no, it's a different port. I don't understand why you wrote that. It's this port. Okay. And then... Oh no, never mind. It slides with the thing. Okay, I guess. Does it stay there? It stays there, so that's fine. You know what? Then might as well write it next to the thing, right? So where are we? We have Uma. And Kuko. Oops. Oh wait, that's not the same one. It's actually this. Wait. No. It is. It's this, actually. Alright. And then we have Kabam. Kabam. Kabam is 50-50. Or is a maybe. It's a maybe most of the time. So I went with the Kawa, right? Kawa. Sort of Kawa. This. And then Bao. That. Okay. To show you kanji is important. No. That. Yes. Like, Duo did that before. Aha wa hana ga suki, but, I can show you lots of things are important. Like, if you wrote this phrase out, to anyone, I'm gonna show you your biases right now. So you wrote this phrase out, right? Because you can type, right? Hanaga ski, right? I'll show you why kana is important too. It's the same thing. This person doesn't know this kanji, doesn't know this kanji, doesn't know this kanji. So they're gonna say, don't know, ha, don't know, ha, ga, don't know, ki. They get nothing. So now I demonstrated to you that kana is important too. So yes, kanji is important. So is kana. That's the whole point. You need to know all of it. Just because you skipped over fundamentals and now you're good with fundamentals doesn't mean the other thing is less important. So yes, I agree. Kanji is important. I didn't say it wasn't. And now I'm going to demonstrate to you why kana is important. Because when someone's learning Japanese, they won't see anything but those 3 characters. And not only do they only see those 3 characters, they only see articles and maybe like a predicate ending. So yes, in the beginning, we all started here at some point. So like if that we need furigana, yes, that's kind of what I was alluding to. Then furigana is useful here, right? And then also you would need kana to understand the reads on the kanji, because if you don't know if this is haha, then you might not even know if it was supposed to be what it's supposed to be. Because without kana, sometimes you might not know what the read is on the thing, so then it's useful for pronunciation. You could know the meaning of this, but you might not be able to know what it reads like. So sometimes you could have like nichi, for example. Nichi, or nichi or ka. This one is a pretty good example of kana being important even if you know the kanji, because of its unit properties with days, right? So counters can be a problem, where if you, it is easy to know what it means, but you might not know what the read is on it. The other example I can think of that kana might be important, or furigana might be important even when you know the kanji, you'll know the meaning for sure, is euphonic changes. Euphonic changes. So things like this. So you know that's probably 1 minute, right? Right off the bat, you know it's 1 minute. You know the kanji. These are kanji characters. But then you go to read it and you're thinking, is it ichihun or itpun? Even if you say ichihun, I honestly, if you see this, you probably still know the meaning of it. The meaning of it is self-explanatory, right? And then it ends up being a furigana situation. However, I think you can read this for the rest of your life and you'll still get the meaning of it. You might not get the read on it. So most of the counter situations could represent a thing. And actually, what happened with some people was that they just do it like they know what you mean anyways, even if you don't do a euphonic change. Like ipun, sanbun, right? Jupun, that kind of thing. So there are examples, but ultimately, like, you do all of the above if you want it. This is, I guess, an example of you can choose to do it or you can choose not to do it. I do both, regardless. So when I'm reading kanji, sometimes I practice kana. Like, I practice imagining the kana. Yeah. So, kaban no naka ni mo nai. So, oh, right. Naka. 中にもない So it's not in the bag.
そしてジャケットにもない。
Okay. I don't think it's supposed to. No. ジャケットにもない Okay. Not in the jacket. Vikram can't find his passport. Okay, so they also use English. No, that's wrong. Wait. Okay. Yes. Wait. Wait. Oh my gosh. They wrote this statement as a negative statement. So, yes, it's right that Vikram can't find his passport. Not no. He cannot find his passport. Okay. That's fine.
でもビク
Okay.
そうだ、パスポートはタクシーの中だ。
Rip. Okay. Right. It's in the taxi. All right. そうだ。パスポートはタクシーの中だ。Okay. They still use the plain form though, so this is in the correct area of the.
ビクラムはタクシーに向かって走ります。
Ikuruma, I don't. Yeah, this is the first time for me, so I have no idea. We're trying to figure out how we can make this stuff like useful to me at the moment. Vikram はタクシーに向かってはwait 走ります。向かって走ります。向かってI wish I could read kana without the kanji, but know what kanji it is better. Yeah. So this is challenging for me to hear it and then imagining the kanji. So like you have to close your eyes, right? So you're right now what the problem here is when you hear it, you're supposed to not be able to see these words anyways, right? So what do you hear? Because the kanji should come to you if you think your if your listening skills are good, right? If you're saying your listening comprehension is very good, then if you close your eyes, you should already know the kanji, right? And then now you can remember what the kana looks like. But that's about it, right? And because if you can hear it, you only hear kana, you can't see kanji. Yeah. So now you're supposed to try to see the kanji while hearing it because the person's actually speaking to you. And sometimes, hear me out. Sometimes I do close my eyes when I'm listening to like podcasts and stuff, and it is so difficult for me to imagine the kanji. But if I picture the kana, because of the way I learned in Duolingo, I convert the kana into the kanji eventually. However, now we're doing the exercise as though we need to find the kanji based on the sound and not reading for the kanji, right? Like, so that is one of those things that I know I suck at because I don't do any of it. I don't hear someone and picture the kanji at all. Like that's something I haven't really done too often. I usually force myself to do it. So this one is mukatte 向かって走ります So I'm not even sure if I have the vocabulary yet, because I'm not even sure if I remember the vocabulary. So mukatte is so that can't be right, can it? Yeah, so they're saying let's start heading towards the taxi, right? So it's muku. Muku is right? Oh no, wait. Yeah. No, it can't be muku. Because that's mukatte. So that's is it? No, because that doesn't conjugate into that. That would end up being mui. Or oh no, wait. No, it is muku. No, it's not. No, the te form would be mui. Oh, mukatte. Omi. No. I don't know. Also, we know the other one is. So hashimasu is just run. So let's run. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Run towards. It's mukatte, and then hashiru, right? Hashiru. But I'm having trouble understanding how that's conjugated. Is that conjugated properly? I guess it is. What is the plain form of this one? What's the plain form of this one? So I thought it was muku, right? This muku. But if it was, I don't understand. I know there's a conversion where you can do. Oh, it could be mukui though. So it's mukui, and then it comes mukatte. Oh, mukau. Oh, muka. Oh, okay. That I did not have before. If it's mukau, then it works. Yeah, mukatte. Is that a thing? Oh, mukau. So I don't actually have this vocabulary yet. Oh, mukau. Okay, now it makes sense. Yeah, mukau. That makes sense. Yeah, this is a new one. So here's the thing, right? This is a story section. So you're trying to figure out how they're going to teach you something, right? How they're going to teach you something. And even if I don't know what this is, right? Even if I don't know what this is, I already know enough from this sentence that this has to be towards. Like we have to run towards something, right? You have to run towards the taxi based on the story, right? As the story is going, he has to be saying, he's teaching you to listen. Yeah. So for me, this is how stories work, if you know what I mean. So this is what I'm gonna be doing for the rest of, not to like get you really anxious or anything, but this is probably how I'm going to learn the stories, right? And I hope they continue to do this kind of thing. This is kind of like graded reader territory. We're going into graded readers territory where they will introduce something that falls off, right? However, even if I have no idea what this is, I know from all the other things that it has to be something. It has to be a direction. And then the direction has to be towards something, right? It has to be towards the taxi. So that's kind of, and then I will use a dictionary or something. Not that you're supposed to do that with graded readers. Generally, there's some like visual aid. You would have to imagine like Vikram pointing at the, right? Oops. Pointing at the taxi, right? It's like, oh, you know, man, Vikuramu, right? Vikuramu wa taxi ni mukatte hashirimasu. Then there'd be like some sort of a visual, and that's usually how grade readers go about their teaching. Yeah, you teach by context, and I'm guessing that's kind of what they're trying to go for, but you can see that there's no visual aid. Now hear me out here, Turn. There is a new feature in Duolingo, but I think it's only for English right now and Spanish. They recently teased it for English, I think, and not the Spanish course. The Spanish course already has it, where they do adventures. It's called Adventures, or maybe they're available for both, and it's like an iOS thing. And the tease was it's finally coming to Android. That's also a thing in the development cycle, but they're called Adventures. And what they do is, instead of this like dialogue box, they have the scenario animated. So they had the thing animated where like someone like walks in, goes up to a counter and orders orders a like a coffee, right? And you're supposed to select dialogues and stuff to fit in the choices. And then flashcards will show up where you click on the item and whatnot. So that is like the new stuff, but it's not for Japanese because Japanese is less popular, if you know what I mean. Like their priority of features is based on the most popular, and they go down. So I don't know if Japanese will get that in the future. I think the thing that Japanese is working on right now is voice recognition. Pretty sure the newest thing for at least Android devices was voice recognition, as in you have voice exercises, because that's actually kind of a new thing. The Chinese course actually already had voice exercises, so it's interesting. Anyways, so I learned something new here. So what was it? Mukau. Interesting. Let's put Mukau here. This is really exciting. Don't get me wrong, but like, I'm really excited. I kind of hoped it was a little sooner. So I think Mukau only has the box in it. Mukau. Oh, wait. Is that the stroke order? Yeah, I guess. I'm really engaged right now. So yeah, Mukau and Hashiru. Hashiru is a Godan, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, Hashiru is a Godan. Okay. All right, let's proceed. We're taking this very, very slowly. I want to make sure no one like falls out of their chair or something out of excitement. But we're taking this very, very slowly. Choose the option that means run. Oh, okay. See, we already went ahead of it. We already went ahead of how they're teaching the thing. Okay, that's fine.
ビクラム、違う。
違う. There are only a few ichidan verbs that are godan verbs. Yeah, I know. And, you know, I don't know if you know the relationship between the writing, the kanji writing between godan and ichidan. So when I was asking myself, actually, I'm kind of curious. What do you think I was looking at when I said, is hashiru a godan? I'm actually curious if you noticed this or not. Since I'm writing hashiru, do you know do you know why I asked myself if this is a godan or ichidan? Since I'm writing it, it might not be so, in my opinion, it might not be so apparent to someone if you're really used to typing and reading only. Chigao is differ, right? That's the wrong. So maybe wrong direction coming up. So if you listen and you say hashiru, when you're listening specifically in hashiru, it could be you could include the shi or the ru in the term. But if you're really used to reading, you're probably like, oh, hashiru, you only have the ru available, right? Oh, only the ru available. The marker of a godan in writing is that the ru is the only thing that's showing. If it's shiru, this is an ichidan. But I'm concerned about writing. So godan is when the iru is part of the character itself. So this is actually hashi as opposed to ha. So I'm like remembering the kana, basically. I'm associating the kana. So this is hashi as opposed to ha, and then shiru. So if you hear it, you can probably hear hashiru, right? Hashiru. It doesn't matter if there is or not turn. I'm explaining to you that this is an example that if you're writing it and you're going to go to write it and you hear hashiru, you can tell yourself there isn't that or isn't that. It applies to all the characters. Like it doesn't matter if it doesn't exist, because if it doesn't exist, then you don't know for sure if it does exist, right? So that's the only point that I'm making here. It's something you don't think about, in my opinion, largely because even if you type it, it will still come out as hashiru this way, where this character is hashi, right? That's fine, but I'm explaining to you what I was thinking, which is probably not something that you were thinking when you told me there are only a few ichidan verbs that are godan verbs. I know there are only a few ichidan verbs that are godan verbs. There are, and it's actually the other direction. I'm actually checking if I thought hashiru is godan. It's definitely godan, right? Because of its conjugations that I know. But is it an ichidan? And I'm going the other direction. So, and when you're writing, I can almost say that try writing all your predicates, and whenever a idu and a eru comes up, if you're writing without the assistance of seeing it or anything, like you don't see it or like type it, you're still going to encounter a situation in which you're not sure if you're going to write a do without a second kana to whatever it's connected with when you're writing. So I'm basically trying to explain what was going on in my head when I said that. It had very little to know if it was the relationship between how many things are. 違う. So 違う is... Which one is 違う? It's not... いらない. No, I'm thinking of いらない earlier. So 違う. Probably the box. And this. Yes. Let's clean that up. Oh my gosh, it's too small. Let's write it larger. This. I think it's this. What is this new format? It's the story format, Blair. It's the story format. It's in unit... it's in section 3, unit 76. Or... yeah, 76. Okay. So pretty sure this is Chigao, and this thing is too big. Fine. Do you think you should practice writing kanji? I don't think so. All the things I said, they're extra steps, Churn. If you're not into writing, none of, like, if I have to be my worst enemy, like my worst opponent, if you're typing kanji and you're reading kanji and you're speaking kanji, you can skip over writing, in my opinion, unless you really enjoy the actual writing portion. Most of the stuff that I said is explaining some of the thoughts that come with writing, and if that's not interesting to you, I don't think any of that is too relevant. For me, I really enjoy writing. Like, I like doodling and whatnot, so you would have to really be into that. I would say lots of this is extra time, so it actually slows you down, because some words you don't know how to write in traditional Chinese. Oh, Do you want to write traditional Chinese? I'm a little biased here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to learn Chinese well enough that I would be like, oh yeah, simplified. I need more than simplified. So I don't know. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, is that the simplified? Oh, I didn't even know. Yeah, I haven't learned the character, this character yet. Wait. I'm guessing it's this. I think that this character, this radical, was in Hanguo. Yeah. It's in Hanguo. Oh no. Yeah. It's in Han. But, oh, so it's that thing. Okay. But your friend said they prefer to see traditional Chinese because traditional looks pretty on text, but if written, you simplify because easier to write. Same for you too. So you want to use, that's interesting. Writing my own notes is the only time I have to write you have to write kanji, Blair. Yeah, I use it to write my notes. So that's interesting. That's an interesting thought. So if you're writing kanji in your notes, I feel like, yeah, if you wanted to write traditional, but here's my thought, right? Your friend said they prefer to see traditional Chinese. Are you writing to your friend manually? Because if you're already typing, couldn't you use traditional and just type out the thing anyways? Or do you want to write a letter to someone sometime in the future? You write manually to them. Huh. And then, yeah, you simplify. No. What I mean is, so you're asking, here's my thought, right? Here's my thought. You're asking, or what I mean is, you said, okay, possibly if you write kanji, it could help with traditional, right? Traditional Chinese. And then one of the reasons is your friend and you prefer to see traditional because it's prettier. I don't share the same feelings, but friend, see traditional Chinese is prettier. However, when you write, it's easier to write with simplified because it's simplified. So objectively, so this is an objective statement, right? It's simplified, fewer strokes and whatnot, but it's prettier. So this is a subjective statement. Now, the question is, you're saying, should you write kanji to learn to write traditional Chinese? My question was, when you communicate with your friend, do you already type? Because if you already type, then you can still do traditional off of your understanding of simplified. So it wouldn't be a problem because you'll still see traditional off your understanding of simplified. So it goes back to the idea that if you're going to write the kanji, are you going to write to your friend? Yeah. So if you're already typing traditional, no. Okay. All right. Hear me out. I'm not saying what you do. You keep saying typing. I know you're saying you type using traditional and then you write using simplified. And your concern, you're asking me, should you write kanji to be able to write traditional Chinese? And one of the motivations that you're saying is your friend and you like to see traditional Chinese, right? See it. If you're already typing traditional, then you and your friend can already communicate seeing traditional Chinese. So if you're ever going to go to write something, you don't have to communicate using simplified Chinese. You can write when it's useful to you out of convenience. But your friend doesn't have to see simplified from you unless you're choosing to write to your friend in Chinese. I don't know if the logic makes sense here. So if, based on what you're saying, if you continue to type to your friend, no. The answer, for me, it would be probably no. You don't need to learn to write kanji to learn to write traditional Chinese because you're already typing to your friend in traditional Chinese. Unless you plan on writing a letter to them or something, then you would need to learn how to write in traditional Chinese. Then I would say, yeah, It's a fairly indirect way of learning how to write traditional Chinese. I don't know if the logic checks out here. Right? Because you guys already see traditional Chinese. If that's the most important thing you're sharing. But you need to recognize the traditional words. Do you have a problem recognizing the traditional words off of the simplified characters? Interesting. I'm not sure how much writing affects that. That's a good point. I mean, here's one thing that writing, quote unquote, I'm gonna take this with a grain of salt. Writing kanji and writing simplified Chinese often contributes to radical and form recognition. So that might be something that I don't relate to you very often, because even writing simplified Chinese and only looking at, but I do both. So I write both of these, right? The writing aspect makes you hyper focus. It makes you in my opinion, it causes me to hyper focus on radical form recognition. So whenever I see like things like this, right, for the first time, I'm like, wait a minute, why does that look weird? And it's like, where have I seen this next to this, right? Like, wait a minute, that's next to this. But wait a minute, this isn't in simplified. That kind of thing. This is not a great example, but this is the first example I'm thinking of. And this is like, wait a minute, this is not traditional as well. So that kind of thing does happen more often when you're writing, to me anyways. I don't know about others, when you're writing both kanji and simplified at the same time. I'm not sure if writing kanji only is gonna connect with not writing simplified, but you already write simplified, so that's already, you already do this. So I would say yes, a little bit. It may boost your focus on radical form. Lots of people ask me for a while now, like, do I study radicals, right? Do I study radicals? And the answer is no, I don't study radicals. And then I think about it a little harder and I say, well, yes and no. I observe radicals. And then I make my own patterns with radicals. The reason that happens is because I write both kanji and simplified at the same time. So you have to be forced to understand what the radicals are and how to write the radicals, because writing deals with a component of understanding radicals. So no, I haven't picked up a radical thing, but there is something to that. So that might be a thing. If you're telling me that this is something I can't take back anymore. So if you're telling me, so what you're telling me is not writing kanji makes us different, then I would probably say yes. So like the difference between you and me right now is I write kanji, but I also write simplified Chinese. You already shared with me that you write simplified Chinese, but you seldomly write kanji. So that's probably the difference between you and me right now. And my thought was, if you write enough simplified Chinese, I think you can figure out the difference. However, based on what you're saying, it might not be true for you, right? Like, I was under the impression this is me because I don't have this experience anymore. If someone writes simplified Chinese, right? For example, if they write it long enough, if they just look at kanji, they would be able to tell the difference immediately. However, now that's my assumption. I'm making this assumption, which now you're telling me that might not be true, which that's good to know because I don't actually know. Since I already started writing kanji before I started writing simplified. So every time I see a simplified character, I think of kanji. And then when I think of kanji, I'm like, oh, okay. Well, this is the simplified character. Like you quickly learn things like this, right? Like these two, this is the simplified and this is the traditional. So that's a good thing to know. That's actually something I can never know anymore. So that's a good thing to keep in mind, that maybe I'm being a little presumptuous, that if you look at two different things, it'll become obvious. For you, primary school, they already teach the main radicals. Oh, okay. And now as a Chinese, I don't really care about the radicals. I just need to see the word. Yeah, and you'll instantly know how to write it. I see. I guess we're a little different because our backgrounds are different. That's true also. Yeah, our experiences are different too, right? Our experiences are different. So yeah, it's kind of it's the Kana situation. It's a Kana situation in my opinion. Churn, you're like, this discussion is really, really interesting to me because I want to know what the learning differences are, right? It's the Kana situation. So if you can recognize the kanji, right? So say like you wanted to translate something. If you already recognize the kanji, you don't need to know the kana, or you skip the kana, right? You can take the kanji and you can always go back to the kana, as in you skip back, right? So writing, to me is like, I would go English, I would go radical, and I would go the full character, right? Now, after a while, characters that I know really, really well, really well, I start jumping. So I start jumping, and then after a while, when I go back, or if I need to go back or go forward like this, I sometimes forget which radical it is that's with it. So like, yeah, you can get so accurate that you'll recognize things as they are, right? Like, for example, you'll always be able to recognize the difference between these two, right? However, you're not, in my opinion, for me, when I know these really, really well, I stop thinking of them as two separate radicals. So whenever there's a new word that comes up, right? When there's a new word that comes up that use either of these, right? Like say this word, I don't know of it. I mean, a new character. Like, I'm not sure if this character exists or not, but let's just say a character like this exists, right? I don't actually know. I would not make the connection of this to this character and this to this character. That is how Duo teaches Hanzi, by the way. And that's how Duo teaches kanji. Because okay. Yes, that's fine. Because again, that's not the point I'm trying to make. You got to follow my logic here. Because that's the way Duo teaches based on the radical system, as in like associating parts of characters with other characters. The way I think about kanji and simplified Chinese helps me look at traditional and simplified obvious. It's obvious to me because this is how I think about characters right now. Maybe further down the line, I will end up being like you, where I would skip this process entirely. So for now, as long as I'm using Duolingo, for example, I see characters as pieces of things I write. And then when I recognize the word, I relate them to any new word based on their radicals. So because of that, I'm very hyper alert of when a character changes between kanji and simplified Chinese. Now the question is, if you started writing kanji, are you going to do that? I am likely going to say probably like 70% no, you're not going to, and 30% yes, you might start to. As in, even if you start writing kanji now, the way you think about characters no longer supports or aids in looking for the difference between simplified and kanji. So in the long run, writing traditional is probably going to be a more likely scenario. As in, if I'm trying to understand the way you think about characters now, I think it's more likely if you want to write or recognize traditional characters, you're probably going to have to write traditional characters if you're considering writing something, right? Thinking about the relationship between kanji and simplified characters in order to find what the difference is requires that you don't skip this step. You don't skip relating radicals together anymore, because you have to know what's the same and what's different. And it's probably harder or like less obvious because you don't need to do that anymore. You're already way past the radical stage. You don't even need to think about the characters as different parts. You think about them as whole things, and that's probably my thought about it. It's a lot deeper. I think the discussion is super interesting, the way we think differently about the characters. To be honest, like the characters, if it's obvious, you know the radicals, but like the other words, you don't know what radical it is. Okay. Interesting. So by obvious, you mean what the meanings are in the radicals, because you're using the meaning in order to explain the radicals, as opposed to using the radicals to explain the meaning. Like, for example, I think what you described there is what I mean by the flowchart. So what I mean by this is, when I see a character, right? If you see a character, whether it's new or not. So whether it is new or not, let's just separate them into see character, if it's new, if it's old, for example. Like as in old being familiar and new being either forgotten or unfamiliar, right? For me, I'm going to use you to contrast me. For me, either way, I look at radicals and then I present the meaning. Now, the way you're describing it is there's two situations happening. So, there's two situations happening here. When it's new, you might look at the radicals to get the meaning, but you're saying, well, you don't know what the radicals are. Don't know, as in like the meaning of the radicals. When it's old, you skip straight to the meaning. In my opinion, this is what's happening. In my opinion, you skip straight to the meaning because you already know the meaning, and then you go back, and the radicals are easy to explain because you already know the meaning. Then you fit the radicals to the meaning, as in, oh, I know this word, this is the character. Okay, I know what the radicals are because I already know what the character means. So I'm gonna make all the radicals fit the meaning. When you're entering a new thing, since you don't know the meaning, right? If you don't know the meaning, you can't possibly go back and look at the radicals. And to contrast this with me, I take a guess, whether it's new or old. Whether it's new or old, I always guess from the radicals. For now, because I don't assume that I know the meaning. Even if it's an old word, I still look at the radicals. As in, like, hashiru. I'm still thinking to myself, hashiru, it's this, and this, because I have to write it. I have to write hashiru. So I think of it as this and this. These are the two things. And then sometimes I would break it further if I find something common. But this is a common writing pattern for me. And this is also a common writing pattern. So then when I go to try to figure out what this means, I'm like, I can think of a few characters that I do know that has this. I can think of a few characters. It's not going to give me the answer though. Like if it's a new word, it's a guess, right? If it's an old word, what happens is I look at the characters again. I'm like, hey, can I get from the radical definition to the meaning I already know? I already know the meaning, but the first thing I do all the time right now, since I'm a beginner, I look at the radicals and then I'm like, okay, so if you combine this and this, okay, it goes with the meaning. Like eventually it goes with the meaning, right? I try to resist going from the meaning to the radical, but I do that too. Like I'm getting to the point where when you see hashiru, it's like, oh well, hashiru is run. Okay, let's see what radical is in hashiru that depicts running. And that's kind of how I feel most people go about it when they're looking at like for example, this, right? If I don't know this character, and even if it's old, I see earth, I see day. So I see earth, I see day, and I see, or actually I see maybe like this, and then I see this. So how do I negotiate that? Well, this I know is part of mono, right? This is part of mono. This is part of omiyage. There's a omiyage in this because it's earth, right? And then that, the only thing I can gather right now is cheap in Chinese. So 便宜is the closest thing I have. So it's pretty random. It's pretty random. And what I'm thinking is I'm trying to think where else is the radical in another word. It might not come together. So it could produce a lot of what's happening is I'm always constantly thinking about how all the radicals show up in my growing vocabulary list. You, in my opinion, based on how you're describing, if it's this, it's this. That's it. So if you're looking for something that's similar to this, you might be looking at bigger chunks, maybe like all of this. Or what you could do, which Hideyoshi does all the time, is they would take the meaning of this character and go find other meaning that is the same and then relate the two characters together, whatever the other two characters are. Like, for example, if you're looking for a pattern, you could say like, this is dealing with like kind of location, right? So you have basho and hiruba, right? Hiruba and basho, they both use this larger character, and they're both related by their meaning in a way. Hiruba is a plaza, it's a place, sort of. Basho is a place. So it's a bigger compression, right? Now you're comparing bigger things. And I think I'm going to end up doing the same thing in the future, because you don't have to do whatever I'm doing right now. Now the question is that useful or not? I think this, the way I'm thinking about it, it's useful to compare kanji and simplified, because the difference between traditional and simplified is actually at this level. It's at this radical level. It's not at a higher level where you're imagining full characters. They are not easily distinguishable. If you're looking at a higher level, it's a bit of a blur. Like, okay, well, this is the character. Is that the traditional thing? Traditional things break parts of those characters down. It's a thought. To be honest, how I remember Chinese characters is to separate it and then combine them together, or just see how it kind of look like. Based on how you're describing, I kind of disagree with you. If you're taking this, unless you're talking about taking the characters, like these bigger characters, I'm doing the same thing, only I'm doing them with smaller things. I'm doing them with radicals. So maybe you're talking about like bigger characters, like in general a bigger character. Because for me, if you're doing that already, or for instance, if you're doing that already, looking at kanji and looking at simplified characters, it would become very obvious which one is simplified and which one, like, what is the simplified characters, because you're already doing that. You're already putting the parts together, right? So in my opinion, long story short, this is a really, again, I want to emphasize, it's a really great thought experiment. If you start writing, provided you have enough time and you're interested, it would be interesting to know if you suddenly, yeah, like bigger stuff, yeah, like really big picture stuff, yeah, exactly. I don't even know what the last thing is, but yes. So basically the one constant is this thing here, right? So you're looking for a constant, and then now the only thing that actually changed is this here, this part. Yeah, I agree. I think that's the thing that most people do, and it does help pick up some of the simplified stuff. Like, it kind of does. The stuff in this position, for example, is one of the places. But then, you know, and then you get things like, for example, did you notice this? I noticed this right away. Is this the Chinese character or the Japanese character? Or spring. Haru or Chuen. Did I write Haru or Chuen? Both? Japanese. That's the Chinese character. This is the Japanese character. This is Haru. It's a really subtle. This is what I'm using an example that actually it may or may not. Oh, and also, yeah, this stroke is longer right here. Yeah, this stroke is longer. This is not an example of simplified versus traditional, though. This is not a great example. Yeah, yeah. So you do notice those things, Churn. You do notice those things. So I'm not sure writing is gonna do that much if you already notice these things. Like, for example, what I mean is here. No. This is what I mean. This stroke is actually different. Right here. It's actually a different length. The stroke order is the same. This is the same stroke order. These two are the same stroke order. But what I saw consistently is Japanese, when you have this pattern, the strokes cross two lines, across the line, as opposed to not. Now, hear me out. I don't actually know if that's like how consistent that is. What I'm trying to demonstrate is if you start writing, you'll end up noticing differences like this, in my opinion. If you're an attentive, observant person, if you start writing, things, subtleties like these matter, right? Like, or for example, it gets you the resolution of this thing. Like, did I, for example, I'm just gonna write these now. So which one's Chinese, which one's Japanese? Like, after a while, I actually know that my handwriting also varies between which one's Japanese and which one's Chinese. And for sake of a time, this is Chinese and this is Japanese. Because my spacing is slightly biased. It's supposed to look the same. It is the same character. The stroke order is what changed. So Japanese does this at this position, and Chinese does this at this position. And what I'm trying to demonstrate here is if you're gonna start writing, right? For example, especially between Japanese and Chinese, you will feel these things. You will notice these things. And I think, to me, that gives the minor details. It'll make you like focus on minor details. Yes, that too. This one as well. Or actually, maybe it might not be this one. It could be this one. This is the one that changes. So that's the Chinese. So this is the Chinese. And the Japanese is... I didn't get the Japanese too often yet. It's... I think that's the Japanese. So it looks different because the stroke order really does impact the way I write consistently. So I'm pretty sure the Chinese is that one and the Japanese is that one, and they're both the same character. Yeah. So here are my thoughts, right? I know this is worth all the time because I love talking about this. This is something that people don't talk about. You still write as Chinese stroke order? Yeah, I kind of like the Chinese stroke order. But the idea is I have more practice. I have more practice in the Chinese stroke order. Now, hear me out here. I think writing is so interesting because of this. I just spent the last 30 minutes talking about writing. I think writing is really interesting. Now, I am sharing all of this to demonstrate, is any of this interesting to you? Like, for anyone who's about to go watch this or watch this later, if none of if the things I'm talking about is not that interesting, I don't think you're gonna gain a lot of subjective value. Off of writing. Instead of like looking closely at things, right? For me, I think because you have to constantly look and consider these things, writing helps you hyper focus on the characters. Like, it focuses you on the characters in themselves, like as a like a picture or something like that, and that could reach your goal. So in a super long-winded thing, Churn, it's probably yes or no, right? I was like, why Japanese so many different stuff, but after a while you just accepted the reality. Yeah, so long story short, I tried to provide the most adequate answer I have with the limited experience. Like, my experience is still really limited. My favorite things are finding these little things. I don't think they benefit you in any way if your major goal is to communicate or learn Japanese or learn Chinese. I don't think it goes like, I don't think it will impact you in that way. I think there are many different ways to understand, like, learn traditional, recognizing traditional and simplified. For me, whenever I get there, I might have the same exact problem you have, where I've already spent so much time with simplified Chinese that I stop thinking about it at a level that will make me recognize the difference between traditional and simplified, even if I know Japanese. Like, even if I know kanji or write kanji, I'm not saying I'm special, basically. There's a chance by the time I get there, I spent so much time learning kanji that I just skip. I just like, oh, that's kanji. I know what's in it. And then that's simplified. I know what's in it. And then when you look at traditional, I'm like, well, that doesn't look like any of my kanji or any of my simplified characters. I don't know what it is, right? That would be the most reasonable outcome. So I think you're much, much further than me when it comes to looking at kanji and looking at simplified Chinese, that we can no longer relate yet, or we may relate in the future with the same issues, or if you wanted to learn traditional. Now, one last disclaimer. I do not have friends that particularly say I need to type in traditional. I'm actually typing with someone, like talking to someone on a phone now, and they use simplified because they live in mainland China. So yeah, and other people say, why you can't read traditional Chinese the same as simplified? Exactly. So it's definitely an emotional question, right? If you have a lot of people around you that is encouraging you or wanting you to learn traditional, the question is, do you think that makes you feel better? And do you think your other acquaintances and friends and family and stuff would also be encouraging to you? That's probably my first question to myself. And then finding any possible way to help with that is pretty cool, right? For me, I have little to zero motivation to learn traditional. So I start with simplified and see where it goes. Learning simplified might make me want to learn traditional. I think that's my goal right now, my thought process. So maybe we'll see. We'll see down the road if it helps me the way I learn. What I can tell you though, hear me out here, Churn. If you learn, if you do the exercises in Duolingo on your kanji, it is a wild ride. Because they do things really, really broken down. Like, for example, if I give you, for example, this, right? That's why Japanese help you recognize. Yeah. So here, right? Say you get this for Duolingo, right? You get this for Duolingo. Some of the exercises, they're gonna give you words that have this, and this, because they're gonna see it as three different things. Okay? They're gonna see it as three different things. They are also going to see it as two different things. Right? And then they're going to do it by number. How many things have 3 different radicals? Also, even more, this is side by side. So these are full vertical. It's 3 vertical characters. Now you could have different setups like this. You can have a character that fits in this type of situation. And they're going to find any character that you know up to that point that has this structure, as in this positioning structure. So it could be any character, and usually one of these characters is going to share a character with this. So then you're going to start looking for smaller bits, which is what makes traditional so recognizable to me, or the difference between kanji and simplified. Because if this is one, it's like that's about your normal thing. That's what you're typically doing. You're taking the biggest character and you're looking at the things that are different from it. However, they can end up swapping it up and having 2 and 3 be preserved, like up here, and this would be a new X. So, and to me, the reason why they do this is because it's automated. Like what I mean is, it's more of a robotic way to do it. The robotic way is to do all the combinations, all combinations of factors, right? And then they just mix and match until they get all the patterns. So as a human being, right? As a human, you don't do all combinations all the time. That's ridiculous. You skip to the right answer if you can, right? You skip these steps. So I don't know if that makes a big difference. The way I'm thinking now is a consequence of this. This is how Duolingo teaches Hanzi and Kanji, like the different parts. So the reason why this is really funny or fun is because sometimes there's no way I would be thinking, oh, okay, wow, I didn't even think about that. Because a lot of times I'm thinking about meaning, right? You stick with meaning. Like you would think of all the words or characters that are related in meaning first. And then you would think about how their biggest chunk, right? Their biggest chunk, say like the structure that you said, like this is the structure that you said, 1, 2. And then you would take the 2 and you would look at all the difference in 1, right? So you try to find all the similarities, the biggest similarities first. And then you keep going down to the lower end. Wow, the way Duolingo goes about it is it's all over the place. Sometimes they swap this, sometimes they swap this. It's hard to tell. And some days I'm like, holy heck, I didn't even think that was the same character. Right? In my head, I was like, well, I know that word and I know this word, but I didn't even think about connecting those two. And I kind of like that. That's kind of fun. It feels more like a video game to me. Like, hey, here's an out of the park thing. Like, have you considered that? What's a good one? Every instances of this. This one, which often comes in a structure of this, or this, or this, or this. I'll let you guess what characters I'm thinking of. But this can show up in these formats too. And let me see. There's one here. Right. Yeah. So these are the formats. And then of course the standalone. If you're thinking about it as a standalone. But generally speaking, this little character is actually the closest standalone is this. So if you can fill in the gaps in this, you probably get a few of the words that I'm thinking of right now. Especially this one. This one's kind of a dead giveaway. There are a couple that fits this structure very, very quickly, because there's only a few characters that look like this. Anyways, give you an example. How is this helpful to learning Chinese? It's not. I don't, or Chinese or Japanese. I don't think it is. I just find that the more I engage with the content, the more I remember. These positions bring you back to Korean? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. When I see now, hear me out. When I see characters now, like whenever I see another language that uses pictorial things, that's how I'm processing it. I'm like, oh, okay. So let's start with boxes. And do you draw at all, Churn? That's how I draw. That's how I draw, by the way. So if you think of a tree, right? This is how I think of a tree originally. When I first started drawing, this is how I think of a tree. No, you suck at drawing. You don't have an artistic sound. You might be surprised how artistic it can be. This is a tree, by the way. And the first way you start with fundamentals, if you're like someone who says you just suck all the living life out of arts, you start with primitives. You start with primitive shapes. So like you can go as basic as possible in your primitive shapes. So you saw how I reduced kanji, right? I reduced kanji, like for example, let's take this character, right? This character is 1, this shape, and this shape. That's how you get, right? That's how you get this character. Mukao. However, if you don't know what that is, you could also start with, there's a box here. There's something that looks like a box here, and then there's a literal box here, right? So after time, you can refine this into these things. And then you can then position them in the spot, right? And that's how you get the picture. So when it comes to artwork, how I imagine it, I don't actually know how other people imagine it. When I start artwork, when I think of a tree, first I think, okay, well, there's a trunk. So it's a rectangle. What is another defining part of a tree? Roots. So I think of them as you know, you just draw a bunch of rectangles, or like what do you call them, like 4-sided polygons, right? It's kind of like how computer graphics are done, right? Just low res. Think of it as low res. And then the tree bush could just start with a circle, and you have a tree. Now, how do you turn the tree into extra nice stuff? Well, you draw on top of it, right, in a digital format. So then you draw the roots like a little curlier. So you're just adding a bunch of angles. Yeah, and then you add like, right, a bunch of shapes to it, and then you go back, and what happens is you change up its structure, and now you're refining it. And how you refine the tree? Well, you could like imagine a bunch of sticks going out, right? Just draw any non thing, right? Okay. Now you have sticks. So what are you going to do? You're going to draw little bushes. Around them, right? And you're drawing like random things because it's very difficult to know what the defined form is. And then what happens is you erase this part. So now you're not imagining just the blob, you're actually imagining the branches and the bushes. And then you kind of want to fill in the silhouette. So you're just gonna do a little bit on the outside. And now you have a more defined tree. Right? Now the tree looks more detailed than the polygon. So I approach kanji the same way. I approach Hanzi the same way. You take parts, you practice those parts, you understand those parts, and you keep building on top of those parts. And eventually, you can still get here. Do you do all those steps? I don't do all those steps anymore. Now when I start drawing a tree, I might jump right to this position. And if I jump to this position, now I can build even higher. Like I can go even further. What is even further? You could think about color. You can think about color. You can think about shadowing. So more and more bigger details, right? So you'd be surprised how artistic one can be. Trust. Obviously, if you're not interested in art, definitely don't force yourself to do art. Sometimes art can breathe life into writing. And I think art is the reason why I enjoy writing. So it's like kind of relevant. Anyways, thought I'd share a little bit. All right, let's get back. So Vikram is clearly what's this person's name? Pituri? I think Pituri. Pituri disagrees for whatever reason. Chigao. And we were writing Chigao. Chigao is yes, Chigao. That's kind of tall, but fair enough. So that's
プリティはビクラムに向かって走ります。
Puriti. Okay, Puriti. Puriti wa Vikramu ni mukatte irimasu. Okay, so now Puriti is running after, technically running after or towards Vikram, right? So we went over that. Let's write this out again, because this one, I don't actually know this. So this is Mukau. Okay.
どうしよう。タクシーはもうここにいない。
Okay, so the taxi is not here anymore. Sure. どうしよう。No, that's wrong. Oh no! I really dislike this type of phrasing because you're like, you're saying no, you're also saying that's wrong, but you could also say no, that's right, and it can like get confusing, and then people would make a incorrect, that they would know the answer but they would misinterpret what that's saying. Like the thing I don't really, I'm not the biggest fan of exam like questions, like double barrel questions like this, is because the flow could be different. Like the question could say you know, did the taxi leave, right? Did the taxi leave? That's affirmative. So you know that the statement is, if you agree with it, it means this thing is true. If you disagree with it, then this thing is not true. However, when you're phrasing it as, was the taxi still parked, right? Now you're thinking, if the taxi is expressed that's leaved, and then you're suddenly, the question's asking if it's parked, then you're thinking the opposite. You're like, wait a minute. So the taxi is not there anymore. So therefore the taxi is not still parked. And I think those are the things that get me, it slows me down so much in exams. And exams deliberately do that a lot of times because they're trying to make sure you read, right? You read instead of follow logically. Or like follow logically in the sense of tone. Like if this person is being negative and then the statement is asking a positive question or an affirmative question, and then they make the answers in reverse. So they would start with a positive statement and then a negative statement. You can double negate. You can double negate to make this more difficult to understand because English is actually every language does this, so it's fine. It's one of my pet peeves, like not pet peeves, but it's one of my problems that I have with exam questions. I've had this problem for a very long time, and it become pretty obvious that I'm really terrible with like true and false questions. Especially, I'm like, wait, so that's true. Then the statement, like if you're given a false statement, right? This is false. And then if they say true or false is your question, is your choice, true or false, that's the basic line. That's like, okay. It's like, okay, so this is a false statement. So you want to click on false, right? The taxi was still parked in the same place? Yes, that's right. Well, see, this, and then they flipped it, right? This is the true, this is the, no, yeah, see, this is the false statement, and this is the true statement. As in, while this statement is stating something that isn't true, the answer you're looking for is that this is the correct statement. No, that's wrong. As in, it's true that this statement is false, even though you just read the true statement up here, which is opposite of this. That's the stuff that you might be thinking, oh yeah, that's so nitpicky. I'm like, when I go to make exams, I either intentionally do that or I don't. Because sometimes your exams might be tricky, not because the student doesn't know their content, like know the knowledge. It's that the way you written your exam, it's tricky. As in, when a student comes up to you and say, why is your exam written so weirdly? Like, it feels so tricky. Like I'm being punished for not understanding how you write your exam, and not if I know the content, if I know the knowledge, right? This is the type of stuff that whenever I'm like assisting a teacher, right, in exams, I look at this stuff a lot of times where, okay, so why does this question feel overly complicated, but it has no new knowledge? Like, how could I write this question so that I could really measure if a student understands the material, not logic, like not their logic or self-awareness, more like their, so this, in my opinion, is one of those things where there's a difference between a well-written exam to test something, that like to measure content, versus a well-written exam that measures critical thinking. Critical thinking would involve doing these things, like making things tricky. Like they could say, no, that's right. And then this could say, yes, That's wrong. Now the question is, the taxi was still parked in the same place. No, that's right. It would still be it would still look very similar, and you might say at first like, oh yeah, no, of course not, it's still not there. It's like, but that's right. No, it's wrong. Is yes, that's wrong, as in you're agreeing. Yes, I agree, that's what this says, but that's wrong. It's not that crazy. Like, obviously I'm making a big deal of a shorter statement, but it can be more complicated than this. The responses can be far more complicated, and that's when you're testing critical thinking and not the content itself. Anyways, I just thought this was interesting. Sorry. Let's move along here.
これは大変だ。
Is that still the same tie-in? That's probably the same. So but dang it. I think I wrote hen, so tie hen, big butts. Yeah, tie hen da. Okay, big butts. All right.
ビクラム
You gonna go do Anki? Yeah. I'll see you. Yep. I'll see you later. Good luck with your Anki turn. Good talk today.
パスポートはタクシーの中にはないよ
Oh, I see. Spoilers. I'm gonna guess PD, what's her name again? PDT? PDT has the passport. My guess where this story is going is PTD, so Vikram ran after the taxi thinking the passport, they left the passport in the taxi, but then PDT ran after Vikram because she probably just discovered that she had the passport all along. And then she's saying, right, passport wa taxi no nakani wa naiyo. And she's saying, oh, it's not in the taxi because she knows she has it. Probably. That's my guess. It would be a haha moment, I would say.
あなたの左手を見て
Anata no hitari te o mite. Wait. Anata no hitari. Did you look? Hitari te. Look at your hand? No. The heck? Oh, look left. Look at your left hand. Oh, look in your left hand. Oh, okay. Okay. That's yeah. Hitari e. Wow, that's tough. Reading kanji again. I mean, reading kana again. Yeah, hitari te o mite. So, hitari, right, hitari. Hitari, and then te. Mite. Right, mite. Gotta click on this. And then anata. So he was, so look at Your hand. Oh, Vikram had. Oh, the pep. Vikram already had the passport in his hand.
あった。ありがとう、プリティ。
Where was the passport? In his hand. That pep. All right, sorry. So, oh, okay. So that's how they do it. Doko. Taxi. Passporto. Oh, and they don't have the sound. They don't have audio too. Okay. And arigato. Oh. Oh, I really love this. Why don't they? Oh, man, they need to do more of this, please. And is that it? You only get one? Aww. Aw, they need more of those. Feels bad, man. It's so short. It's so short. Oh, wait. Gotta figure out if this is a super thing. It's not. What happens in this scene here? Or it doesn't load at all. Okay, so we can do both the lessons today. We can do both the lessons today. I guess we'll do it on the first day from now on. Oh, I guess this doesn't load. Or I could end today early. How long did I go for it? 2.5 hours. We talked quite a bit about the why doesn't this load? All right. So you don't get a bonus as. I want to do the thing. What happens when you practice? Does it just go over the same thing?
パスポート。
Yeah, it goes over the same thing.
ビクラムと妻のプリティは空港にいます。
Okay. That's unfortunate. It's too short. That's too short. No, that's too short. All right. It was a lot of fun though. I like it. I hope they keep this up for each of the units past this point. So the story, we have 10 stories, right? Each unit has a story for the next 9. And then near the end, the last 3, 4, actually a lot. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there are 6 units still. I'm expecting to see stories in section 4 too, hopefully, I suppose. Now the question is, do I want to spend the next 30 minutes doing that? Nah, I think we're good. We'll take a extra day, you know, to secure the time. What do I think about the story? I think it's quite short.
パスポート。
Let me
ビクラムと妻のプリティは空港にいます。
どうしよう。僕のパスポートはどこ？
Oh, and he actually said Doko.
こ
I
こ
didn't
に
realize.
ないんだ。
ビクラム、
カバンの中にもない。そしてジャケットにもない。
でもビク、
そうだ。パスポートはタクシーの中だ。
ビクラムはタクシーに向かって走ります。
ビクラム、違う。
プリティはビクラムに向かって走ります。
どうしよう。タクシーはもうここにいない。
Imagine carrying the passport in the left hand the entire time.
これは大変だ。
ビクラム、パスポートはタクシーの中にはないよ。あなたの左手を見て。
Oh, wait. This wasn't in it. Oh, so there is a little bit of like noise. So we didn't have this prompt.
あった。ありがとう、プリティ。
Or did I just spaced it? Did I just blank out and they chose a different one? I could have sworn they didn't use and. Oh, maybe they did. Just kidding. It's the same. Just kidding. Are these in the same order? No, they're not. Oh no, they do change. Jaquetto, demo. Yeah, demo. Kuko, kuko te and hashirimasu. So they do change, but it's not long enough. It's not long enough, and there aren't enough of them, and it's just one. I thought there might have been multiple. That's just one. Hang on, let me see if the
パス
prompts
ポ
in
ー
them.
ト、ビクラムと妻の
So-
プリティは空港にいます。
So you can't advance until they
ど
complete
うし
this,
よう、
right?
僕のパスポートはどこ、
Yeah. So those
ここに
don't
ないん
seem like
だ。
they change.
ビクラム、
カバンの中にもない。そしてジャケットにもない。
Right? I think the tones are really good too. Like what I mean is the way they talk in between is pretty good. I quite like it. You can kind of hear
でもビク、
yeah, it's like because I'm imagining these are still the synthetic voice, right? They do sound like still the synthetic voice, but it sounds like it's moving between the
そうだ。
discussions.
パスポートはタクシーの中だ。
Like it sounds nice.
ビクラムはタクシーに向かって走ります。
And the narrator voice, right? Yeah, I don't think these prompts
ビ
change.
クラム、違う。
Except for the end.
プリティはビクラムに向かって走ります。
どうしよう。タクシーはもうここにいない。
Oh, they've swapped the order. Okay, so these things do swap in
こ
order.
れは大変だ。
ビクラム、パスポートはタクシーの中にはないよ。あなたの左手を見て。
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
あ、
that's
あっ
unfortunate.
た。ありがとう、プリティ。
Okay. All right. Yeah, and then they go here. Night. There isn't, yeah, the conjugation of aru. Night, kuko. Passport. Jacket. Taxi. Okay. All right. It's such a small thing. Does leave you hungry for more. Leave you desiring more. It does show you what they have to work with, though. All right, I think we'll stop our stuff special for today. So next time we'll probably do these two together, right? They're actually unrelated. So these things are completely unrelated, right? So we'll do these two together on day ones as actually we'll do them on day twos. Because day one I need to make time for day one I have to make time to create the flowchart, right? For the new vocabulary. So they'll be stuck on day two. So now day two, man, I hope they keep I hope they can do this more consistently, because day two then will be different from day one, and then day three are different from day two and one because of personalized practice. Wait, I didn't know you can do Duolingo on website. I just do it on the app and you can stream it. Nice. Yeah, Jamie. If you're already doing it, you might as well invite some people to hang out with you, you know? Share your love of language learning and whatnot. Yeah. It's very convenient. The sizing, you're gonna have to work on the sizing So, whatever setup you have, you're gonna have to work on sizing the window and all that. You can, and if you're running on a Windows OS, if you're running on Windows OS, it has a standalone one too. If you go to the Microsoft Store, the Xbox Store, they have like a standalone one as well. So you don't necessarily have to go and type into your Chrome browser or something. So that's an option too. Anything that is on Android most of the time has its own app in the Xbox Store or the Play Store. Yeah. So you don't actually have to even use Chrome browser or like that. Mind you, though, obviously all the other stuff still exists, ads and all that. So if you're already a premium, like if you're already a super subscriber, then that's irrelevant what I'm saying now. But in case to give you a heads up, you just started Nihongo. Nice. Is this your first time learning a language? Yeah. So I guess I'll preface there are ads, right? So be careful. Hopefully you understand and it doesn't disturb you too much. Like giving a heads up to people, ads can be a negative response. So if you're not expecting ads, there are ads. However, here's one thing. The ads are less frequent on the web version. So that might factor in, right? That might factor into your thing. So if you're using the mobile app, I think the ads are a lot more frequent in the mobile app because the mobile app is where most of the revenue, or not revenue, but most of the users use mobile apps. This one, I would say far less frequent. So if that's a thing that might improve your experience, I wish things like this would reach the CEO and all that stuff, but that's something to consider. You want to learn Japanese because you have Japanese cousins. Oh, well, aren't you chilling with your cousins? Learn, that's great. You have family members. So then in the future, like not too far in the future, you pick up a little bit of Japanese here and there from SRS and self-studying, and then the rest can be hanging out with your cousins and speaking with your cousins. That's great. I don't have any Japanese family members, but you already got arguably one of the best and rarest resources, which is a personal family member. Personal family member. I'm about to switch gears. So speaking of cousins, this is a segue. I'm about to switch to Chinese now. I actually learned Japanese and Chinese, and my family happens to be Chinese. So same difference. I have Chinese cousins and family. Oh, they're in Japan, so you can't talk. Oh, do they not use English at all? Also, you sound like diaspora. So I imagine then you're born and raised. Am I going to be a little presumptuous here? I think I'm going to presumptuous. Do you happen to be in the West, like maybe North America? Perhaps either Canadian or American? Second generation? I'm obviously guessing. You're Asian? Yeah, but what I mean is, are you living? Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, you're the second person I recently met. Who did I meet that was? Filipino, right? Are you talking about Filipino? I swear I just met a Filipino. We talked a lot. Oh no. Well, so it's are your cousins the diaspora, as in your cousins are Filipino who live in Japan, or is it the other way around, where your family is Japanese, but now they live in the Philippines? Or how does that work? Like, which one is your principal language? Do you speak... Oh, we were talking about Malaysian. Do you speak a different language other than English? Is English your simultaneous language? Like, you're multilingual from a young age? Japanese is quite fun. Okay, they're half Filipino and half Japanese, and you were born here in Philippines. I see. I am in the United States, so I am in ABC. So I'm a American-born Chinese. So my parents are the immigrants. So I can kind of sort of relate. I don't have any more relatives that are actually in China. So most of my immediate family now are in the United States. But yeah. I look forward to hearing. Do you plan on streaming it or something? I'm often curious. How are you gonna go about it? Starting with Duolingo, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna what are your immediate plans on fitting language learning into your schedule? Oh, you wanted to learn Chinese too? Give Japanese some time. I would love to hear what you end up deciding to do. I won't say much right now. However, maybe like when you think you'll try it on the web. Again, there are going to be a lot of resources. So, if I had anything worth sharing in this like limited time, is that there are a lot of tools for language learning out there. It's incredibly overwhelming at first. However, I think trying the most popular things and then focusing on getting an idea of what you need for language learning and self-study. Is this the first time you're self-studying a language? Getting an idea and then finding as many ways to engage with it, not just Duolingo kind of thing. Well, probably everything will be a-okay until you're ready to talk to your cousins, right? At least that's how I feel so far about it. It's been about 300 days or more since we started. Watching anime helps too. Yeah. So good luck. I look forward to hearing from how you go about it as you're going, right? So feel free, no pressure, but like 30 days, 60 days, making track. The reason why I'm saying this is if one encourages another person to focus on how they study and how they learn, like you're really invested in how you're learning and how you're studying while you're studying Chinese and Japanese and whatnot, it makes the process go a lot longer, right? You were searching Duolingo and found I see. Yeah, I do this every day. So, or I try to do this almost every day. And 3 months or 6 months down the line, I would love to hear where you end up and what you end up doing. I would say most of the time people will be using 3 or 4 new tools, and they tend to have they tend to end up diversifying. So I love hearing what people end up doing, right? To give you an idea about Chinese for myself, after 100 days in Japanese, after 100 days in Japanese, I started Chinese. And for me, Chinese and Japanese is like, they're linked together. They're very associated with each other. So learning both simultaneously is, if you have enough time for that, of course, or time permitted, it's actually quite an experience. It's quite a nice thing. Yeah, the kanji and Hanzi really complements each other. And in fact, Today I spent like an hour and a half to 2 hours talking with Chern, who happens to also learning Japanese, and Chern is a Chinese person who's in Malaysia, so a Chinese Malaysian, if you will. And we talk quite a lot about like the relationships between Chinese and Japanese. So maybe sometime far down the line. I think the conventional knowledge, some people, like the people who are more experienced than I am, typically agree that developing enough competence in one language, so once you learn like whatever your target language is, like Japanese, the fundamentals and stuff, it is often okay, or large majority of people say it's fine when you introduce a second language and you stagger them. So you use your target language to learn something, your first target language to learn something about your second target language, and then vice versa. So for me, that's become that's basically what happened. My Japanese, when I'm doing Chinese, I'm often thinking about Japanese. And then when I'm doing Japanese, I'm often thinking about Chinese, even if I'm speaking English right now. So, yeah, this is a tiny plug. Good luck with everything, okay? I just wanted to do a little spiel before I change gears, right? All right. And today we were evaluating this thing called a story thing feature that they have on a Japanese course, and this is the first time, so it's over 4,000 hours later. I think I spent more than 4,000 hours doing stuff related to Japanese before I got to this point, so take that with a grain of salt. The story was pretty neat. It was very short, and that was the task for today. Anyways, I hope you enjoy your learning languages as much as I do, and definitely consider interacting with people along the way. I think there are definitely a lot of people who are very serious, like super serious about their language learning, but then there are people who are serious but also welcoming, right? Finding Discord channels and whatnot, that's always an avenue to keep yourself motivated if your cousins aren't already motivating you to do so. All right, folks, that's let's wrap up our Japanese lesson today. I think the stories are great, if not very, very short. That's unfortunate. Maybe there'll be future updates on the New Year's. My fingers are crossed that they have a bigger update in January or February, because the last big update to both the Japanese and the Chinese happened in the beginning of the year, especially right after New Year's. So fingers crossed that the new features are coming to Japanese, and then maybe a few months down the road to Chinese, because I saw that the features got rolled out sort of staggered like. And so for now, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? Until then, mata ne, ja ne. And I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for my Chinese. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第186天。Today is day 186 with Chinese. Let's see. So we are wrapping up Unit 8, right? Today's review day for Unit 8. Doing internet slang. Now, I really should do a little bit of homework on what constitutes, like what constitutes as internet slang and what isn't. Maybe ask some acquaintances and family, friends. The one thing that is kind of tough is I'm at that age, right? I'm at that age where the type of family friends that I would typically have, my immediate like generational family friends are individuals who actually largely spend time communicating in English, right? On the English interwebs, the non-Chinese interwebs. However, when it comes to family friends, those who still speak Mandarin, they don't interact online in a manner that would be able to validate or tell me anything about internet slang. I did have a really interesting conversation with regulars, people that I interact with now, trying to brainstorm like what constitutes as internet slang. There's this obvious thing that happens, or it's not like a secret or anything, but there is the Chinese internet and the non-Chinese, right? So it would be an interesting question to ask maybe even the developers of this course. How did they come about these terms, right? As far as I'm aware, I have this unit was probably the most esoteric of all the units. Like I have no idea. I haven't heard those terms in any way. It's interesting. It's really interesting. I can't even ask my parents or anything because they're on the English internet, right? So even though there's a lot of content that is translated nowadays and whatnot, that content from an older perspective, like my parents are a generation older than me, and especially I guess even the generation I belong to, tend to consume internet as an observational tool, a place for information. Hyper engaging in social media is often facilitated by either English or a non-Chinese related way. So these terms are interesting. However, it still leaves you with the idea of perhaps I would use these at some point. Maybe, probably not. Like the chances of me encountering the use of some of these terms are nearly non-existent. So that's a thing that keeps in mind when it comes to what do you include in language learning, right? To some people, which this is clearly not targeted towards me. However, we also have to keep in mind, if you're learning Chinese, one is to say, if you're learning Chinese at a younger demographic, maybe, you might, I can see visiting China or something and using their platforms to communicate could lead to the opportunity of using these terms. I've been thinking about this for quite some time. Like, when you're thinking about contemporary language, right? Like, if you're learning a target language, one also has to keep in mind the cultural context. Because if you're going to use a language, the idea is you're likely going to interact culturally with people who use that target language. And in this case, this particular subject matter is a very long existing barrier of communication between me and my family, or more so my family friends and people who my family want. Like, you know, my family have family friends and they want to introduce me to other people, and the contemporary way of communicating, right? You might be thinking, oh yeah, you could use this to communicate with other people, you know, in their target native language. It's not quite as open and accessible as, say, Japanese, which is the other language I have been studying up to this point. However, even then, that is still a barrier than saying Spanish and French, as you know, for English speakers. Spanish, French, German, even British American, British English, that kind of thing, Irish, something in the European variety, or maybe even South American, right, and Canadian, outside the United States. This stuff can get a little hairy because there's still a bit of isolationism, ranking from taking into consideration, like Japan is the most open, Korean, then Chinese, right? Actually, China is fairly isolated when it comes to using a form of communication that may be shared online, right? I just thought I'd share that, kind of provide some commentary on that. This is a really real thing. I encounter it every day. As in, you might be thinking, well, internet slang, I mean, you don't have to be on the internet. It's like, well, we use phones nowadays, right? Smartphones are also limited in that way. So if I'm communicating with someone, it's actually incredibly difficult if you're outside of mainland China. So something that's a very real world thing. I think I felt that gap for a while with my late grandparents. My late grandparents also reside in China, so it's one of those things. I've been throughout my childhood and into my adult life now. Interesting though. It's a really interesting chapter, unit to keep in mind. I don't think I'm the target person for this, obviously. I'm not even sure if Duolingo really targets, based on the design and the way we're coming to a conclusion on the Chinese course, so I'm doing a lot of retrospection now, right? We're at the conclusion, so I'm trying to think of my overall general impressions and applications of the vocabulary and whatnot. I think it's great. I almost feel like the stuff that is maybe considered archaic or like very formal and whatnot, I actually think that might be more applicable in this very specific case, knowing a little bit as a foreigner outside of China, I suppose, who grew up with Chinese family, that I think a lot of this stuff goes a long way, a lot more than having like a much younger person make commentary. Like what I mean is, I have met quite a lot of younger people who have who has exposure or even fluency in Chinese and whatnot, but a lot of times the vocabulary that I'm thinking of, they still are in place for conversation for older generations. So while a lot of this vocabulary might equate maybe perhaps too formal or old hat, it rarely comes up that it's like, oh, you sound so rigid, or oh, why do you sound like you're reading from a textbook, or kind of like that. That rarely happens, at least so far for myself personally. When I'm thinking of sentences and whatnot, it's like, yes, certainly there are more quote unquote casual and looser ways to express things, but I actually think, unlike, I'm comparing and contrasting a little bit, unlike the higher scrutinized, edgier, younger perspective on Japanese, because it's far more popular, right? It's very trendy. Chinese is not trendy, and not necessarily trendy in the same way. Like, there are other forces in play for the trendiness of Chinese because of its isolationism, right? Like a bit more isolated. Your opportunities to interact with Chinese speakers is probably a lot lower. You have to take that into consideration. Korean most trendy because how K-pop more popular than J-pop. That's fair because of the K-pop thing. Yeah. In terms of Duolingo, if we were using Duolingo, Korean is not even in the top. My parents say their generation J-pop is more popular. I would say so too. During my generation, which I guess is this crazy to say I am your parents' generation? Probably. Oh my gosh, I am. I'm probably in your parents' generation. J-pop was like, it overshadowed K-pop by a lot. But now, like, Gen Z plus, right? Post Gen Z, yeah, K-pop way above, right? In terms of language learning, Japanese is more popular than Korean. So, like, in terms of the Japanese sphere, many of the business side of things, like in terms of number and statistics, most of them are Japanese. Japanese is more approachable than Korean. I don't know what that means in terms of what's going on, but they're still, both of them are still more accessible than Chinese, right? The reason why I mention all this is there's a misconception oftentimes that the most spoken languages are the most popular to learn. That is not the case. In every potential metric out there, those do not correlate. The most spoken languages are the most learned languages, like later, like from a acquisition standpoint. And also, welcome back. I hope your Anki session went well. Disproportionately, obviously, English is at the top in terms of the different groups that is learning English, and then you have Spanish, then French. In terms of Duolingo's numbers, which is interesting because the Duolingo CEO sort of mentioned that a lot from interview to interview, Japanese is higher than Mandarin, and Korean is not even in the top 10, as far as I am aware. And hear me out here. You could argue, oh, that's because the Korean course sucks, or like the Korean course is underdeveloped. Generally, what they're doing is they prioritize interest. So somewhere they got the idea of focusing on when they started, it's like, well, if you didn't have a course in the first place, how could it be popular? Well, when they prioritized originally, before there was even a course to begin with, they prioritized based on language learner opportunities, because this is an app and it is a business. So Spanish and English, where they're located, where the internet is available, right? The non-Chinese internet, for example, the accessibility, the markets available, that's kind of where they're going. Actually, the CEO revealed that the biggest group that they want to break Duolingo into is Hindi. It's actually the Indian market, because that is one of the top 5 like market areas, right? So I don't get me wrong, I would love to see Chinese somehow find like a compromising relationship, like China having a compromising, like a mutual relationship with the bigger, like everyone else, basically. That'd be cool. The video game industry seems like it might have a breakout thanks to game science and Google, right? But we can't really talk about that kind of thing right now. And largely, also people who play things and that are made from China, you are under a more restrictive discussion topics and whatnot. It's largely due to being very aware of current geopolitics between China and the rest of the world. So that's kind of something to keep in mind, right? Being as fair as I can be. Anyways, yeah, how did your Anki session go, Charon? We're gonna go into our recall now. I haven't started my recall. All right, recall. I was trying to describe Like a Dragon in Chinese, and I realized that it is very hard to describe a video game right now. I was describing things like, oh, you know, there's action, there's story, it deals with organized crime, and that's all I could say. Okay. Someone asked me, oh yeah, this is blocked off. Someone asked me like, what kind of games you like? And like, oh, you know, right now there are a lot of games, right? 很多 right? 很多游戏 right? 这些 right? 这些很多游戏 and then I was like, how do you say Like a Dragon? So I went with like Rulong as a reference, like Rulong. And then the person asked like, oh, what is the game like? And I'm like, I was scrambling for how to say it in like a simple way, because the more complex ways, I don't know if they're correct. So like I would have to like break out a book and whatnot, and oh, can you word it this way? Can you word it that way? That kind of thing. So I'm getting my extra conversational Chinese in already. Not so much Japanese, but we'll work on that at a later time. I think the Chinese course is way faster. I kind of like how fast the Chinese course is. However, the biggest disclaimer is because I don't necessarily think I have to review the grammar too much. So it might end up becoming overwhelming if the Japanese course moves as quickly as the Chinese course. Personally, I think kids might learn faster. I don't know. I do not agree with. It's quite unfounded to me. I don't understand when people say Duolingo's Japanese course moved too slowly, in my opinion, because maybe I'm just very slow in general, perhaps, but committing those things to memory is it's almost as though you need more time, more exercises. I think I could definitely feel and understand why it's like old and boring, like it's very repetitious. I totally agree with that. However, being repetitious tells me that whoever's making that comment is likely not learning that much from it. So you gotta add more things. So pick up Anki, pick up other things to add more different types of engagement so that you don't enter a repetitious nature. Things that become repetitious doesn't necessarily mean you understand and know the material or even remember the material. Oftentimes, I feel when someone thinks something is repetitious or boring, they associate it with competence and understanding and internalization. That is usually nowadays, in the day of the internet, that's actually, I would even argue, most of the time, like more than 50%, is not the case. When something becomes repetitious, rarely is it meaning that the person comprehends it. It means they fell out of enjoyment. Their engagement fell out. Their comprehension no longer improves as well. And oftentimes the boredom sets faster than the actual comprehension of the task. Like a kid, for example. When you start running, if you run for a day and then the next day running is boring, you didn't comprehend running. You got bored of running before you could comprehend running. As in the nuances and the skills and stuff, you got bored far more rapidly than you actually understood the material. So whatever Duolingo has, if they are unable to keep you engaged, then it no longer is useful to the vast majority of target audience, as those consumers will no longer want to learn anything if they are bored, right? Not personally speaking for myself, I have a very hard time learning things I don't know and can't remember as boring. They are the ultimate challenge in my life. So whether a program just tells me, oh, here are the 30 words you need to learn today, those are 30 things that I have to challenge myself to learn. I don't even care if it's just a plain dictionary list. I will find ways to learn because I'm not reliant on the tool itself to get me to learn it. I am motivated to learn things I don't know. On the flip side, the generation of today requires motivation and engagement before they are even able to, in my opinion, have a high return and capacity to want to learn. They have, or high learning returns. All those kids that are bored have all the potential and capacity to learn and sponge up things. The internet has normalized it that it has to be engaging first. Like it has to be engaging and fun first. Before then, I don't think that was always true. I don't think that, personally, that was not the social norm during my generation. You learn things because you have to. You learn things because they are pragmatic. You learn things because they are useful. Sometimes, and very, very, a lot rarer, you learn things that are fun. Wait, you should have a podcast or YouTube? You're good with talking? I do have a YouTube channel. All this is recorded for YouTube. Jamie. So I don't have a podcast. I need to animate myself. So this is I do this most of the time. So no worries. Yeah, feel free. I rant a lot. I actually 50% of the time I'm actually ranting more than I'm learning. Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words. I have a education background. Like a science education background. So I like talking about these things quite a lot. I'm glad it shows. I appreciate it. Yeah. So gotta engage yourself. Right? Okay. Let's get into our recall. So no. Oh, thanks. I see you found the channel. Yes. Where are we? Oh, we're on unit 8, right? Unit 8. So, internet slang. Yesterday we started with the apps, right? The apps, which we had Meitu, Meitu. Wait, I'm not supposed to cross. I bet. Yes, I am. What am I doing? So, Meitu. 微博. Why don't I have it? Let me do the last lesson of Chinese. Okay. 微博 and 微信. 微是什么？微是 right? Yeah. 微是信 not 是信微信 and 博 微博. Okay, you gotta head out, lunch, and need to do something. Thanks for the stream. Yeah, you're welcome. Good luck with everything. You should. Yeah, I would love to hear in the future what you end up learning in Japanese and whatnot. And if you ever end up doing like some streaming or something like that, that'd be pretty cool to see your progress. Good luck. Why is translating to English so hard? I lose life not because of Chinese, but because of English grammar. Welcome to the world. I kid you not. That is 99% of my errors is translating to English with proper grammar. Not 99, maybe like 90%. 90%, because the Japanese side is getting a little, and then the Chinese side I'm getting too loose, so I lose a lot of words. Definitely a very relatable experience with English grammar. Let's see. Where do I go from here? We find peeps, right? So 图号. No. It's 符号，符号，改，改哪？高，高，不，高富帅，高富帅，高富帅。No, we're fine. Oh wait. 菜鸟，wait, 菜 yeah, 鸟 yes. Okay. 美美，美美，美美，美美，梦，yes, Ming in the bottom. Meng, not Meng. 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 吃货，吃后，吃货吃货，吃货，货。货 was oh wait. Yes. So now we do like I remember I put schwa up here. I think I might have forgot these two yesterday. Right, fun. You know, we'll put them last. Let's do fan. Fun is and these are tough. 粉丝 I can't draw that line left to right. Yeah, practice gives you one more life. Yeah, you can do it indefinitely, and that's the whole idea. Yeah, if you keep losing life, then you practice. Yeah. 粉丝 what did I do? 朋友 oh, I did yesterday. I did 好友 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 okay, now what do I do? In circle. Maybe like 加 oops, nice. So 加 更多更多100,000 the ending lesson using door instead of 多冷国 多邻国 oh, Duolingo. Oh yeah. Oh really? Using Duo instead of Duolingo. Oh, interesting. You like the first one instead? Huh. I kind of like Duolingo. It kind of sounds nice. Interesting. So they swap it up at the end. Okay. Where are we going? So we have add stuff, friend circle. Because that's how people usually call people named XXR or something. Oh, I see. That's more like a naming scheme. It I see. But not common here in Malaysia. I think of it more like Duolingo 应用. So I don't think of it as a person or a person naming. I think of it as a 应用. So like you know, 微信应用. So saying 微信儿 as opposed to 应用 replacing R with 应用 or app because of my English, right? Usually you're referring to them as apps, so it's a Duolingo app. It's the Duo app. So maybe 多应用 as opposed to 多, right? Because of English largely. So I use 应用 a lot in my mental space. Like it's a Facebook. It's a name of an app, so it's the Facebook app. 微博应用. It says Something. Oh, what is that? R. R. No. Oh, what is it? I know what it's supposed to be. So ni. The. Something. 多会非常难过 wait, no, not 难过. Oh yeah, it is 难过. I forgot the conditional. What is the conditional for 瓜? 水瓜? No. Something 瓜 not 瓜 国 something 国 如果 oh yeah, that's 如果如果你驴 something多会非常难过 I get it though. I get it. What does the ni something mean? Is it like something like if you take a break, Duo will be angry at you? Or something? Like, just use as if. No, I know what it means, but I forgot the first read on the character. Oh, not like Japanese. Oh yeah, kata. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I see. That's what you mean. So what you're saying is Chinese greater than Japanese? No, I'm kidding. I just started the flame war. I'm sorry. Wait, now the internet's can be on fire from that statement. I'm kidding. I know how much you like Japanese. I'm kidding. So what you're saying is you're gonna find some room in your heart for Chinese as well. Right, Chern? Right? And then you're gonna find some room in your heart for Spanish. Oh, it's very disappointed. Oh, not angry, very disappointed. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, it's disappointed. Sorry. I'm thinking of sorry. Here's how I explain it. Angry is attached to concerned or sad or upset because it's in the same unit. Yeah. So, there are two phrases. And I don't know how to express anger, by the way, and being upset or sad. So what, like, I was about to start speaking in Fujianese just now. I actually did not know how to express, I like how to write anger, like say anger, because you don't say those things. Like what I'm, if you think about how often you say something like to your parents and stuff, I rarely ever say like I'm angry right now or I'm sad right now. You bottle that, like deep cut here. You bottle those emotions up and you deal with it, right? I think the unit was xiang, it was like xiang qi, right? Xiang qi, and that phrase 难过 were the two vocabulary words that I got in that unit. This one. At this. Or angry, and I got them mixed up. I've been attaching this with 难过 as part of that unit. I saw this one though. I did see this one immediately in my. I saw this one really quickly after I saw the vocabulary. Have you Lear and Feelings yet? Have you learned feelings yet? I think so. Have I learned feelings yet? Let me look. Like, are you talking about to feel, like 觉得, or do you mean like the noun feelings, like感觉? Emotions. Which one? Happy? Yeah, that's from that unit. That's from that unit. It's the same unit. It's a unit on emotions. Happy, angry is attached to sad and disappointed. There's more than that. Like things that feel difficult, feeling lucky, and honestly, I think what was one I can think of right? 难过 would be the most common one, but I'm trying to think if there was any other thing for sad. I don't think there was anything like 高兴. 高兴 is happy, right? So emotions are already covered, but the basic emotion. But the happy versions, all the extra like happy positive stuff I'm familiar with, because that's what we usually express, as opposed to 开心. Yeah, 开心 is fine. 开心 is okay. That's the act of feeling, but you were asking for emotions, so that's the act of feeling happy, as opposed to the emotion itself. Yeah, 开心. So we're trying to clarify here. Either it's to, or you usually use 开心 instead of 关心. I use 关心when I'm saying it as a noun, and 开心 when I'm saying I'm feeling happy. So 我觉得开心, right? Or actually, I think 觉得 is redundant. I guess 我觉得高兴 and then just 开心 in general. I don't know. But快乐 technically is also happy. So there's also 快乐. And I use the three of them in non-overlapping ways, right? An emotion is both. There are different emotions. Emotions dealing with celebration, and then there's emotions dealing with own personal emotions. Then there's emotions describing other people. So 高兴, 他觉得很高兴, like I'm talking about someone else's happiness. I would say 开心 probably for myself sometimes, but I prefer to use 高兴 when I'm describing other people. And then you have 快乐, which is to be celebratory. I think there's more, but I don't remember what they are. Maybe like 好 something, maybe 好 I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm sure there's like a how somewhere. Emotions are complicated, as it goes without saying, right? I'm sure it's still very complicated in Chinese and I wouldn't understand it. I rarely ever express that I'm angry or sad though, or disappointed. I literally have no idea how to say that to my parents in Fujianese. I can't even. I only recently found how to say I'm bored in Fujianese. It's only because my parents was concerned one day, and they asked me, like, you don't even go out of the house, like you don't even go and hang out with friends. Do you ever get like bored? And I'm like, what was that word? Like bored, you know, like have nothing to do. Just imagine them saying the word for bored. Dik, undik, undik, undik. I don't know. I'm still not used to hearing negative things. My parents express more negative feeling, like describe things in a negative sense than I do. So, very low negative usage. I'm not saying it's not important. I'm more saying that I'm under practiced. And here's one. Mung, right? Mung as in busy. I usually I don't actually know what busy is, because in Fujianese, when you're diaspora, you adopt the word busy a lot of times from English. So my parents would say things like, oh, yeah, busy, yeah, busy, right? So busy replaced it. But when I learned Hmong, I started thinking, how do I even say busy in Fujianese? And the way I go about it is他不要他没有时间 right? 时间做这个问题 or 这个thing, like this problem, like whatever they're doing, right? So I'm saying it in Mandarin, but imagine saying that in Fujianese. So 冇時間做自己大嘢, right? 冇時間做自己大嘢. So instead of saying, knowing the word for busy, that person is busy or they're preoccupied with something, I describe what literally is happening. So they do not have time to work on this problem, or they do not have time right now, right? 现在他没有时间, right? 自動冇時間, right? 冇時間. So that's kind of how that ends up working out. So I ended up not learning certain words because I spoke like an English person. Like I spoke like an English speaker. An English speaker can oftentimes describe the situation as opposed to literally using the vocabulary word. Like if you say you're unhappy, you could instead describe how is it that you are unhappy, and the other person will understand, oh, you seem unhappy right now. Like, yeah, I just screwed up on my test. And then the English person would be like, oh, that sucks. And then sometimes it can be wrong. Like that person's like, oh yeah, no, it's no big deal. Like that kind of thing. But you don't actually have the vocabulary word. The tendency is to explain around the word a lot of times as a descriptor. So in Chinese, I tend to have a habit of doing that. I describe things as opposed to learning the word themselves. At least that's what I come to realize. Chinese is interesting because everywhere has its own word rather than loan words, because it's very long, ancient language till now. Yeah. Yep. I would agree. Or you can be like English and inherit 8 billion words from like every single other user, and then suddenly the language just becomes like 10 times its size because it has like an even distribution of a ton of ancient languages put together. Don't get me started on randomly throwing the English French words into discussions, right? Right? Let's not talk about all the French words that come so nonchalantly, right? Nonchalantly. Anyways, that's kind of the things that I've been figuring out on my own now. I've been asking my parents. I'm more inclined to ask my parents what specific words are now because I can just say the Mandarin word, right? Oh, I just learned mung, right? Mung today. Like, how do you say that in Fujianese? I still don't know what that word is, actually. No, literally my lips is mouthing busy, like, yeah, busy, because my parents have adopted that word for busy. They don't use any equivalents of mung at all, right? 你也 busy 几种时间你也 busy 吗？现在 right 现在你是忙吗？ right 你还 or 你还是忙吗？ like are you still busy or right now or something like that, right? Weird things. Learning languages definitely make all your everyday life. I don't like the way I written this, so I'm just gonna write this again. And then now it's worse. All right. Let's get back to our recall here. Where are we at? Oh, I was gonna do what is it, like follow, like, share, right? Follow, like, share, selfie. You completed section 3. Listen, you need to calm down, okay? I know you know a lot of Chinese, but don't gotta chill, man. Actually, you should check the Hanzi section. That section is there. It's like so much more dense than the kanji. I can totally understand why they spaced out the kanji the way they did, but the Hanzi section is so dense. It's like a grid. At a later time churn, I would love to maybe like go over stuff like much later, like maybe 2 or 3 weeks down the line, go over if we can pick out some traditional characters while we're looking at the gigantic grids. It'd be kind of fun activity. All right, so let's see. So like was or follow. Guan du. Guan du. As you say, know the Hanzi. Do I need to know the words that is with the Hanzi or just the character alone? I don't know. Both? Whatever suits your fancy, really. The way the duo is organized, it is all the characters that are listed in the section are associated with some other character in the section too. But also there are a lot of characters that stand alone because there are characters that are omitted. So and then you can always click on it to find out. But generally speaking, all the characters are related to each other in some way. Figuring out how they're connected. Finding how they're connected is funny. You saw me at the end, right? When I was drawing the arrows and I was like circling one and I was pointing an arrow to another thing. Those are the characters that how they're related to each other. So that's kind of how I break it down. Time to find words you don't know. Ooh. I would love to hear if you find one or two that sticks out. I feel like the things you have shared, you pretty much know all the words. I'd be surprised if you managed to find one right like really quickly. Let's see. Follow. What else do we have? Like, comment, follow, comment. Ping. 评论 评论 Oops. Oh, no, that's the wrong character. I think it's this character, yeah. 评论 点 点将 分 this is the one I forgot. 分享 and it was this one. 分享 and something 发 转发 TBH, for you, 186 days of Chinese Duolingo is not bad. It's like only 6 months. It really isn't that bad. Although I feel like I have a being able to intuit the grammar kind of goes a long way compared to like Japanese. So early on it was learning vocab, right? And then whenever a grammar thing or something, it's basically like this feels nice and you just go with it. At some point along the way, maybe like at day 90 and maybe like day 130 or something, I went over the HSK 1, 2, and 3 grammar. Oh, come on, Duolingo. Why would you do that? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Sorry, it's a plugin interaction. Weird. Yeah, so I went over the HSK 1, 2, and 3 grammar points, and they were okay. Most of the grammar points 1 through 3 are fine. So that's also something that may be worth mentioning, because there might be a chance that is a lot of the that's also a substantial amount of time that you might have to devote. So many kanjis. I think it'd take me a while to see everything. Yeah. I didn't do a final tally yet, but I think it's close to 1300, I think. Maybe a little bit less. It's definitely close to 1300. and that includes all the ones that are not listed. So I think at least 15 to 20, I would say like 15% are not listed in that. They habitually skipped specific radicals. So and I'm saying specific radicals. So if a Hanzi has a character, a radical of this thing, it, for whatever reason, every variant of it tends to be missing. So like something as simple as like 跑步, I think 跑 is missing or 步 is missing. Now it's still in the lessons. Like the vocabulary is still in the lessons, just not in the Hanzi section. So 10 to 15% of them are missing. They're not listed. It's the same with the Japanese side of things. A lot of the predicates, very specifically, the predicates are missing. And I don't know what their rationale for omitting them. My thought was maybe you use the predicates so often they didn't add them. Then later in the Japanese course they added predicates, like the earlier older predicates, but they don't add the new predicates. So I'm not sure what's happening there. Chinese have a very obvious ones that are omitted. Like the very first one is like probably hi and ah and ya. Ah ya, one of the ah and yas are completely omitted. You're gonna make 汤圆 now. Oh, okay. I see. Just want to flex. I see. Where's my share? Kidding. Good luck. All right. So we have there, and then 朋友. 朋友圈穿 朋友圈穿 朋友圈 come to you first. Oh, okay. You just wait. You think I won't? I'm kidding. Well, or am I? Fun. Okay. I think that's it. Right? There weren't too many vocabulary words. Oh, there's still selfie. Selfie. Place it up here. Ask Rainbow to find. True. True. Maybe I'll give Rainbow a blank, like a black screen, and then he'll be able to find you in 5 seconds. You know, just a plain black screen. It's like, oh hey, I know this guy. They go by the their user tag starts with C. It's like, I got it. Like, all right, thanks. Okay. What is this? 这排 Okay. And then let's do the longer unit 7. Speaking of things we need to remember. Gong the Gong 才春节端午节端午节中秋节聚会聚会Oh wait, did I screw up? Oh no, I didn't. Oof. Okay, that's a little slanted. Ugh. Wait. Okay. Yeah, Leon. Yeah, Leon.不一样。I did it again. I dropped the radical.拿来红包划过穿oof. 龙舟 Whoops. Dang it. 喝过，喝过，珍珠奶。I want bubble tea, so I want some bubble tea. Bubble tea. Hot takes.珍珠奶茶. Oops. Shan La Tang. Oh, these are such good items. And oh wait, no, that's fine. Right? Yeah. La. La. Okay. Ooey. Down here. Chilla. Okay, let's. Okay. Gong bao. Gong bao. Gong bao. Ji ting. Beijing. Bao ya. Kao ya. Bao. I just squiggled. That was a squiggle. Yeah. Fun Lu roll fun. Lu roll fun.粽子馒头 Oh, that's not a very comfortable position to cross my legs. Okay. 圈卷圈卷圈卷圈圈卷圈圈卷。月饼。豆花。豆花。豆花。Okay. That's good enough. Okay. All right, let's get to it. Today's wrap up, yeah? Yeah, it's wrap up. So, pretty quick.
他现在必须要离开。
他现在必须要离开。必须要。Oh, there's the B that I wrote today. I was like, where did I use that character before? Yeah, 必须要。
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。你们。
你们星期五。
星期五。
星期五必须要。
要。
你们星期五
要。必须要。
必须要 do homework. Yeah. So 完业。Wait.
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。
作业完成作业。完成
作业。
I miss it.
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。
以前 That's right. Mada. Or not mada. Made.
以前。
Or before, I guess maybe like mae works too. Actually. From works too. Yeah, from. Oh no, you have two this time. 你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。
你们星期五以前必须要完成作业。
You must finish your assignments before Friday.
你知道新校长是谁吗？
你知道新校长对校长是谁的？
你知道新校长是谁吗？
Yeah, 校长 not 长 but 讲 This is the instance where it's 讲校长是谁吗？你知道新校长是谁的？谁吗？谁的？谁吗？
他现在要去见校长。他
现在要去
见，校长。
校长。
每天他在家附近的公园跑步。
每天他在家哦 what 哦附近的公园公园跑步。
每天他在家附近的公园跑步。
每天他在家附近的公园跑步。Can you phrase it this way?
公园
No. It's a 公园
在
在他们
他们
的学校旁边附近。
学校附近。
Or I think this works. Oh, okay. I have a different. I was thinking you could express it differently, actually.
请问我们可以在哪里换钱？
请问我们可以我可以在哪里在哪里换钱？对，换钱。
请问我们可以在哪里换钱？
换钱。Here we go. English hard.
我要取消订房。
我要取消订房。订房。
我要取消订房。
Why are you going low? Not two. They just want to go low on the low turn, I guess. 我要取消订房。I tend to go low at the end too. Like you just trail off at the end regardless if it's up or down. That's also a thing. Cool? No, that's not cool. That's 草。
草句子星星。银行。
取消。
7点差10分。
7点差10分。10分。10分。差一刻。差一刻。8点差一刻。Oh no, wait. I don't have to say it's 9. 9 subtract 15. 6点差一刻。
9点。
Oh, it's 2. It's not 4. Dang it. I really need to practice my numbers. 9点差一刻。
差一刻。
我今天生病了，一个人在家很闷。
我今天生病了。一个人在家很闷。It's not 闷，很闷。
这本书很闷，我不想看了。
这本书很闷，我不想看了。我不想看了。OK。这本书很闷，很闷。我不想看了。
这本书很闷，我不想看了。
对，
我
今天生病了。一个人在家很闷。Okay. Trumpets。
我可以向你借笔记本吗？
我可以向你笔记本吗？吗？我可以向你你借笔记本吗？ I miss 借。
我可以向你借笔记本吗？
借。Right? It's 4. Hopefully it's 4. 我可以向你笔记本向你借笔记本吗？
对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？对不起。
对不起。
我可以借
你笔记本
吗？向借。
对不起，我可以向你借笔记本吗？
对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？
借。
对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？
Yeah, this is the one where kind of flexible. Wait. What? Oh, I missed the G. Oh, I didn't use BT bin or BT. BT. It's not BT bin. Oh, that's why I had J. Oh, okay. No, I needed J there.
我和我的家人都喜欢秋天。
我和我的家人都喜欢聊天。No, 秋天。I was like, I like chatting with me and my family likes chatting. Like, oh, 秋天。秋天。
秋天不冷也不热。秋天
秋天不冷
不冷
也不热
不热。
不热。
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。虽然那条no 那间 right 那间那件 shirt heckin' shirt
衬衫
and 衬衫It's easier to read than to remember the the read itself.
虽然
虽然那件衬衫looks nice 很好看但是太贵了 or yeah 但是太贵了。
站在你们中间的人是谁？
站在他们中间的人是谁？
我坐在爸爸和妈妈中间。
我坐在爸爸和妈妈中间。Do I have Discord? I do have Discord. It's somewhere in the link. It's in the channel link or description.
我坐在爸爸和妈妈中间。
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 中间 ，Oops, not 中间，中间。好的哦，
我太喜欢酒的味道了。
我太喜欢酒，我太喜欢酒的味道了。I'm not sure how I feel about this statement. Drink responsibly, kiddos. 站在你们的中间中间是谁的？Oops.
的人站人
你们中间人是谁的？Dang it！ 你们中间的人 Oh boy. Okay.
请等我20分钟。
请等我20分钟。
你
你喜欢巧克力的味道吗？
他去年秋天来了北京。
他去年秋天来了北京。他去年秋天来了北京。肉 Oh no. 秒 Not this time. Haha.
胖
小时 Oops. 小时分钟。
对不起，我可以向你借笔记吗？
对不起，
我可以
向你借笔记吧。笔记吗？对。
站在
你们中间的人是谁？
谁？
对。All right, we have 15 minutes. Let's do some of these.
宅男。
I think I wrote this character incorrectly. I missed the stroke. That's why it looked weird. I missed the top stroke.
宅男。
I know it.
宅男。
I know what I did.
宅男。
It's fine.
宅男。
I totally missed the top stroke. I can already see it. Like, I can see it in the screen. I did this. Yeah. I did this. That's why I felt so off. Because I missed the top. Yeah, that's fine. It happens.
土豪。
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 Where's that ad? That ad's coming.
每天。
美眉。You have to do a lot of these exercises to really hit that ad.
美眉。
I wonder which one it is. Get more with soup. Get more with soup. 退货. Oh, that's where the 货. Oh,
退货.
So 退货 and 吃货. Oh, they're reviewing this for now. 退货 is. Oh no, that's 退款. 退货 is return goods. Dang it. Okay.
退货。
Oh no, wait, it's not the same actually.
退货。
The top right radical is different. It's gonna be related
退货。
to it though.
退货。退货。
Wait, unless I've been writing that incorrectly. There's a chance I might be writing that incorrectly.
退货。
Okay.
土豪，
土豪。
土豪，
土豪，土豪，
土豪，
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 So I gotta pay attention
土豪，
to the one. Whoops.
土豪，
宅男，
I know.
宅男， 宅男，
宅男，
宅男，
宅男，
宅男，
宅男，
宅男，
宅男， 退货，
退货。
退货，
退货，
退货，退货，
退货，
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 Okay.
退货，
All right. It was 吃货. What's Oh, it is. It is 货. I think. Oh, it's printed differently. I see. So the print has it going across, but oh, so it's either. It's a print difference.
美眉，
I see. Fair enough.
美眉，
美眉，
So not really. Not really. Not really different.
美眉，
美眉，
It's a print variant.
美眉，
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 Oops. No one saw that.
宅男，
宅男，
China.
宅男，宅男，
宅男，
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 I don't like the way this term sounds. Okay.
退货，
Wait, I wonder why they're not
退
linking
货
it，to 吃货.
退货，
Yeah, so yeah, I've been writing it this way. So but the print is this. The one that they have is this.
退货，
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 退货，退货，
退货，
Okay.
退货，
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 退货，退货，
退货，
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 Excuse me.
萌，
Mung. Okay. Mung.
萌，
萌，
Okay.
萌，
忙，
忙，
No surprises here.
忙，
萌，
忙，
萌，
萌，
Mm,
萌，
忙
忙忙
忙
bum
高富帅，
高富帅 or oh no this is gonna oh actually 高 is a repeat 帅 is a repeat oh we only have the middle
高富帅
which is who
高富帅，
who
高富帅
高富帅
高富帅高富帅
oops
高富帅
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 高富帅，
高富帅
高富帅
高富帅高富帅
高富帅
忙
忙
忙
忙
忙忙
忙
忙
忙忙
忙
忙高富
高富帅
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 高富帅，
高富帅
高富帅
高富帅高富帅
高富帅
高富帅
where are we we're approaching midnight here
忙
忙忙
忙
忙
忙忙
忙
忙
忙忙
没有人 OK 一样的
一样的，
没有人
没有
没有人
没有
一样的
男孩子
子
没有人
人
一样的，
的
有
点
点儿，
女朋
女朋友
没有人
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 一样的
一样的
没有人
没有人
没有人没有人
一会儿，
儿
一样的，
的
有信
心没关系
没关系，
一样的
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 没有人，
人
女孩子男孩子一样的，
有点儿，
儿
没有人
没有人，
没有人
美国人
美国人
我朋友
我朋友
一样的，
一样的
最喜
喜欢
高富帅，
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 高富帅，高富帅，
高富帅，
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 高富帅。
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Yes, yes. Get more with soup. Got it.
忙
Oops.
忙
I didn't cut it off as soup.
忙
It's back.
忙
Get more with soup.
忙
忙
忙
忙
忙
忙
All right. Yi Jing. Oh. Yi Jing. Oh, 知. Oh no, 一知. Oh no. Okay. Ambient. I got it confused with character. Let's see. Where are we? Ambient.
南边
Okay.
一直
Yeah, that's true. 一直. The moment I was like, oh no, that's not it.
一些一直
一直. Ambient.
最好。
最好。一直。我家。
我家。
很快。
很快。
南边。
一直。
一直。
直。
南
南边
一直。
一直。
一直。一
边。
边。
右边。
右边。
一年。
一直。
南
边。
南边。南边。
一直。一边。南边。
最好。
下面。
一直。
家里。
家里。
一直。
一直。
太多。
太多。
南边。
南边。
只是。
一直。All right. We have one heart, so let's go practice for some heart. Right? I haven't done this in a really long time. All right. So, die.
镜
Oh, 镜. Oh, 戴镜. Oh no, 眼镜. Yeah, 眼镜. 镜. 镜. 要. No. Yes.
叫
叫
急
带
亲亲
this part of it.
亲，他去了德国的西边看朋友。
他去了德国的西边看朋友。
亲，我住在香港的南边。
我住在香港的南边。
我的家在公园的南边。
我的家在公园的南边。
南边。
你一般几点下班？
你一般几点下班？
如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
如果你们会往前走到公园，就到公园。
如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
一直。
如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
I'm missing a 会。
如果你们一直往前走，就会到公园。
就会到公园。
我们要往前走。
我们要往前走。
西边有图书馆。
西边有图书馆。图书馆。西边有图书馆。
你一般几点下班？
我的狗一直在生病。我的狗一
直生病。
在生病。我的狗一直在生病。
我
OK， 我弟弟
是
maybe
小学五 房子
whoops wait
五
六
年级
六年级 I was looking for 五年级 I'm like no that's what am I doing that's the wrong number maybe
六年级
的小学的
学生
我弟弟是6年级的小学 小学的学生 or it could be 我的弟弟是6年级 oh no oh they found that optional. Yeah, and then they wanted the. I mean, it's your little brother. You don't need the, but still, that's fine. What grade are you in this year?
你今年
你今年几年级？几年级？
几年级？
几年级？哦，几年级 ？Okay. 我是5年级的学生。All right. So do we go with 2 hearts for this? All right, let's go.
可以给我一张纸吗？
可以给我一张纸吗？
我忘记买纸了。
我忘记买纸了。我
忘记
买纸了。买纸了。
我忘记买纸了。
我们可以去哪里买帽子？
我们可以去哪里买帽子？眼睛小表手表帽子 Oh no 衬衫卖
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。
你穿红色你穿
红色的衣服最漂亮。
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。他穿的黄色的衣服不好看。黄色
的
穿黄色的
衣服
不好看。
我的男朋友生病了，我想请假照顾他。
照顾他我的男朋友生病了，我想请假照顾他。Oh no, so many words.
我会去旅游，你可以帮我照顾我的狗吗？我会去旅游。我会去旅游。What the heck is 旅游？
理由，
你可以，
你可以帮我照顾我的狗
妈，我会去旅游，你可以帮我照顾我的狗吗？我会去旅游，你可以帮我照顾我的狗吗？
这双白色的鞋子又漂亮又便宜。
Oh no, wait.
这双白色的鞋子又漂亮又便宜。
Is it 这双白色的鞋子Oh no. When? No. Yo. Oh my goodness, I totally forgot about yo and yo. Okay. Okay. It's kind of funny because Shuang is yo and yo. 这双白色的鞋子又漂亮又便宜。Where can we go to buy hats?
我们
可以去哪里买
帽子？
我觉得中文的语法不太难。
我觉得中文的语法不太难。Agreeable. Why not?
星
星。熊猫。
太阳。
公斤 ，no， yeah， 公斤，语法，
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
他还没有回家，我着急死了，我着急死了。
他还没有回家，我着急死了。
我着急死了。Oh, he has not returned. I was looking for return, but
我的猫昨天死了。
RIP.
我
的猫 昨天
昨天
死了。
死了。我的猫昨天死了。
哎，
什么？
什么？什么
语言？
什么语言的语法？什么语言的语法最难？Yes. You know what? I'm gonna get one more heart. I don't like the idea that we're playing with fire on the 2 heart thing. I was being a little loosey goosey today. I'll grab another one here. Ah. Jing. Oh. Tang. Oh, I know what unit this is from. Oh. Yuan. Huan. Huan Yuan. Yuan. No. Yuan. Huan. Yuan Yi is that one. Yuan Yi. Huan. Huh. Oh, that explains explains it. Huan. Huan Jing.
环境
环境
间
so what Yan, right?
院
Yan.
轮
人
管
牛
羊
羊 Oh. Wait.
羊镜
羊
牙南南牙管
羊
管
今天星期六。
今天星期六。
你可以帮我丢垃圾吗？
垃圾。你可以帮我丢垃圾吗？
丢
垃圾吗？
吗？
对。
明天
明天星期四。
星期四
There's no trash in here. Okay. 垃圾桶。这里没有垃圾桶。
这里没有垃圾桶。
It's cozy. Cozy? Are we using 舒服？Probably 舒服。环境。他家
他
家的
环境，
他家的环境很舒服。
很舒服。
Okay. All right. Practice is good.
我和我的朋友都是吃货。
我和我的朋友
我的
朋友都是吃货。
朋友都是吃货。我和我的朋友都是吃货。
这个土豪只买贵的东西。
这个土豪只买贵的东西。这只熊猫太忙了。
这只熊猫太忙了。
先自拍，然后用美图应用。
先自拍，先自拍，然后用美图应用。
好
wrong tongue. Excuse me. 好，
王源
他美。
我刚才在微博上关注了他。我
刚才在微博上Oh no
我刚才在微博上关注了他。
关注了他。关注了
他。我刚才在微博上关注了他。
好。
Oh, now I know. 输 again because of practice. 不输要
虚
not 输 she save me. She because she for some reason don't have those dots too. I don't know. She特别
信美
请转发给我。
请转发给我。请转发给我。我每天刷微博。I forgot 囧 again. 囧 Okay.
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
Okay.
我学 中文
学
了
一年了，
还是菜
鸟。
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
种子是什么意思？
他不是高富帅，但是我爱他。
他不是高富帅，但是我爱他。He is not all rich and handsome, but big butt with 3 T's. I love him. Cute.
那个
Not so cute. 那个美眉 Oh my gosh. 那个美眉不想跟我说话。
我在刷我的微信朋友圈。
我在刷我的微信朋友微信朋友圈朋友圈。对，宅男喜欢做什么？
宅男
Oh, and they're separate. I wonder if you can modify this one. I don't know. 宅男喜欢做什么？ Okay.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Yes. Get more with soup. Got it.
请给我一个赞。
请给我一个赞。
我不想跟你分享这块蛋糕。我
不想给你。Sorry, this is a funny one. 我不想maybe not.
分享。
我不想分享。
分享。
我不想跟你分享这块
蛋糕。我不想跟你分享这块蛋糕。
我不同意上面的评论。
我不同意下面的评论。Oh, come on.
我想有更多的粉丝。
我想更多的粉丝。I really need to. Okay. It's fine.
我想有更多的粉丝。
那C is XI. 我想有 我想有。I thought my stream ended. What do you mean my stream ended? My stream ended. Listen. Oh, what happened? Did it just freeze?
我想有更多的粉丝。
更多的粉丝。We're almost there. Not quite yet.
粉。
我加了你好友。
我加了你好友。My English is like wrecked right now. Okay. You finish lunch and your dessert? I still got dinner.
没。
来。来，
负。
什么负？
粉。
好，
请加我好友。
请加我好友。
我
不
同意。
我不同意。
下面
的 comment， 下面的评论。
你在微博上有多少个粉丝？
你在微博？你在微博上？
微博上
有很多少？有多少个粉丝？还跟粉丝？
你在微博上有多少个粉丝？你在微博上有多少个粉丝？
我
想有
更多
的粉丝。
请在下面点赞。
请在下面点赞。
我
sorry， 我不想跟你。我不想跟你 share 分享
这
块
蛋糕。
请
在
下面
点赞。
That was a little weird. Please share this photo with your friends.
请
请你跟请跟你的朋友分享这张照片。
这张
照片。对。 One more exercise. One more exercise. Trophy. Okay.
分享
分享
没没
先记牌，先记牌，
先字
这I did it again. It's always just All right, I need a routine for 这 and 这 because I keep going C and G, but G and C are J and X. 先这排，先这排 ，where's 排？
拍
先这排 ，it's 2. Oh, it's 1. Oh, okay, that's 1. 现这排，现这排，然后用美图应用，美图应用。
美图应用
Okay, I have several errors.
好圆
美王
我刚才在微博上关注了他。我刚才在微博上关注了他。我刚才在微博上关注了他。
没好复来粉
参观风景月亮分享电子邮件种子是什么意思？
是什么意思？
我学中文学了1年了，还是菜鸟。
Yes. Keep on throwing shade at me, huh?
我学
中文了，我学中文了1年了，我学了no，我学了，我学中文学了1年了，
还是菜鸟。
他不是高富帅，但是我爱他。
他不是高富帅，但是我爱他。高富 Oh, that's where the foo comes from. Oh no. What's the first part of who? Dang it. It's fine. I know which foo I'm thinking of.
你在微博上有多少个粉丝？ 你
在微博
上有多少个粉丝？你在微博上有多少个粉丝？
我在刷我的微信朋友圈。
我在刷我的微信朋友圈。
我加
你
了。
I swear 我加你了 it's good enough, but 我加你
好友
了，或者我加你了好友。Son of a 我加了你好友啊！
请在下面点赞。
I don't actually think any of those are incorrect though. 请在下面点赞。
你呢？你呢？我加
了你
好友。
Okay. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna do the bootstrapping through this thing. Oh, what's the next one? Business documents. Tax and bills? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna touch these probably. I think it's a little late. We'll come back stronger next time. You know what? Maybe. Let's just do our usual routine, right? We'll go through it until my hearts run out, right? Not my literal heart, but my figurative hearts.
高富帅
Right. Either that or I touch all of the... At least confirm all the stroke order. That or I run out of hearts, whichever is first. That's what I used to do. Stick with that.
高富帅
What are we gonna do?
高富帅
What are we gonna do? Okay. We got 4 or 5 characters. Hopefully they're lumped together.
忙
We do have to go through a lot of exercises.
忙
忙
This is my old routine.
忙
With the hearts. What are they? What are they though? Let's see. Share. Ooh, share comments. They're kind of related. Maybe they'll lump it. And fans? That could be a...
高富帅
There might be 2 separate groups there.
高富帅
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 Go.
高富帅
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 That was close. 美术 Okay. 问题 Where are we going with this?
问题
美术 Okay.
美术
问题
学校问题开车美术
数学
美术美术
问题
美术
问
问
题oh no oh no 香 that's probably no 休息 oh yeah 休息 to rest 休息美国美术上课
问题
节目
不做
美术
地理
美术
看看上课
美术问题
地理 yeah subjects school subjects yeah lots of school subjects school was a recurring subject with lack of a better word it's a recurring topic 美国人美术课美国人美术课中国菜 Oh my gosh 哪国人美国人中文课
美术课
美国人美术课
okay 地理课中国菜美国人美术课韩国菜对 alright 吃了棒子啊 sorry
半只
oh my gosh swear 半只
吃了
半只花了 oh is that for 花了 oh yeah it's the other 花 oh I'm thinking of rowing 花了 that's spending 花了王后流利吃了半只
吃了
So I had the wrong tone on 半只 I thought it was 半只okay for half that was part of the Peking duck thing
吃了
北京烤鸭 半只，那半只，半只，
半只，
半只，
吃了，
吃了，
吃了，吃了，
oh, it's chula, chula, yeah, chula,
除了，
除了，
只
是，只是，
半只，赢了，
半只，
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 半只。
Oh, boy, oh boy, oh boy. 努力 ，yeah， 努力，
努力，
努力 ，check， 检查，
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 看了，
看了，
吃了，
吃了，哎，
吃了，
吃了，
参加，
参加，
认为，
认为，
很好，
很好，很好，
半只
，OK，
评论，
评论 ，OK， we're getting to it， 评论，
评论，
OK，
评论，
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 评论。
Before I run out of hearts，
评论，
哎 ，we're breaking into the last group，
分享，
分享，分享。Did I know that? Yeah, I knew that. 分享，
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 讲，
分享，
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 分享。
こんにちは。ゆめこさん。
分享，
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 分享。Okay, give me the other three, please. Okay.
评论，
评论，评论。
评论，
Okay.
评论，
Not that one.
评论，
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 We just need to confirm all the stroke order.
评论，
吃过。
吃过，
Where are we going with this? 难吃。
难吃，
吃过。
吃过。吃饭。
难吃。
难吃，
好
吃，
吃完。
见，见，难吃，
难吃。
吃过，
吃过。过。哎，吃
过
过。，
难吃，
难。
吃过。
吃饭。
难
吃。
吃完。
去过。 Okay.
粉丝。
粉丝。Okay. Got 粉丝。
粉丝。
粉丝。丝。
粉丝。
丝丝丝。
粉丝。
吱吱吱。丝丝丝。
粉丝。
丝。
粉丝。
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 More like 我撕了。撕。
粉丝。粉丝。
撕。Of all the things.
粉丝。
撕。
粉丝。
撕。Okay.
粉丝。
Send help. 请帮我。我慢慢死了。Sorry. Sorry. I was saying please help me, I'm dying slowly. Okay.
分享。
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 分享。分享。
分享。
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 Okay. All right. Give me the other two. Oh yeah, we got the other two. They're coming up. 评论。Give me 评论。Give me 评。
评论。
评论。
There's 评。All right.
评论。
Yeah, no surprises here. Checks out.
评论。
评论。评论。
Oh, almost screwed up
评
there.
论。
评论。
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 评论。评论。
评论。
Okay. And then our last one, which is we're going to Mei Mei. Mei Mei. Okay. 宅男。
宅男。
美眉。
美。宅男。大家。
大家。
别人。
别人。
土豪。
土豪。
土豪。土豪。Sorry, wrong tone. 土豪。美美。美美。美美。
宅男。
宅男。
美眉。
Time to continue to find new answers.
美眉。
美美。
美眉。
Does you have time right now? Oh.
宅男。
美眉。
美美。
美眉。宅
男。
男。
好人。
美眉。
邻居。
邻居。
自己。
自己。
宅男。
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 Okay.
朋友。
吃货。
美
眉。老人。
老人。
宅男。
美。
邻居。
邻居。
客人。
客人。客人。
老人。
老人。
美眉。
美眉。
宅男。
宅男。Okay, all right. Okay.
评论。
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 评论。评论。
评论。
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 吃了。
吃了。 You're still in section 1, unit 10. Oh, you're looking through systematically from the... I thought you might have looked from like the end to the beginning. Oh, interesting. Okay.
难吃，
难吃，吃了，
难吃，
吃完，做了，
胖
了，吃了，
难
吃，
吃
难吃，
吃了，
吃了，吃。吃了，
难吃，
难吃难，
做了，
难吃，吃饭，吃了。I always have to be careful with 吃完 and 吃了 because of English.
粉丝。
粉丝
OK 粉丝
I'm just looking introduced in this unit and not use the new words because it's the same. Yeah. So you just have to look at the top. Yeah. Because of all the new characters. They don't and then the bottom are all new words. They're new words. They can be new words or old words. Yeah. But they're not new characters. Not new characters.
粉丝
Yep.
Get more with
soup. All right. Can I get
粉丝
Yes, there it is. Let's see.
粉丝
No surprises. All right, we're good.
粉丝
粉丝。
粉丝，粉丝，
粉丝
All right.
粉
This is
丝
the last exercise
粉丝
for me.
粉丝
At some point, I'll go back and
粉丝
complete all of
粉
these.
丝，
I think
粉丝，粉丝，
we'll do it in between our like daily
粉
refresh.
丝
Section 1 only has... Yeah, it only has 10 units. Yeah. Not created equal. Yeah, not created equal. Yeah, and section 3 only has 11 units. Section 2 is the longest. I don't know how they divide the sections. There isn't anything that dramatically separates between the sections. In Japanese, it's sort of. There's some swaps, but it's not really. Like the sections, I'm not entirely sure how they... It's not apparent to me how they separate the sections. Alright. Alright, that's a wrap for today. It was nice. It was cozy. I'm still getting back to used to using hearts, I suppose. Not bad, not bad. Today's pretty good. We checked out all the writing, if there were any writing errors. There's still a few things that I'm like messing up. So we'll see how well we do tomorrow. Wait, actually, what day of the week is it? Okay. Alright, folks. There you have it. It was fun chatting, fun catching up. We're kind of entering this routine, right? And it's about the weekend, so I'm expecting to hear from Valentine again. See what Valentine's up to, but yeah. Nice little routine. Hopefully everyone keeps having fun. It's the weekend. It's almost the holidays for anyone who observes Christmas, right? Christmas is mid next week. Wow, it's on a Wednesday. But yes, and then I'm looking forward to hearing all the peeps. I think for the most part, even high schoolers around the world, and definitely university peeps, most of the time, are probably chilling now. Yeah. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, and tomorrow's solstice. That's right. Tomorrow's winter solstice. That's right. Happy winter solstice. Hopefully People are having fun, right? Staying warm if you're in a cold place, you know, staying cool if you're in a warm place. Spending time with family, right? Family, friends, online friends, they all count. You know, spend some time with someone. Talk with someone, at least in my opinion. If I had a request for everyone, I would say talk with someone who can talk back. Not like talk back as in like argue with you. Share an experience together, right? This stuff, it's tough when, you know, you don't have, I understand for some people maybe human contact or like, I mean, human exchange might be a little overrated. You might be a little young and not really in need of it, I suppose. But generally speaking, if you're a normal little bumpkin, right? Healthy, normal, intellectually and whatnot, in some time in your life, whatever time invested in interacting with someone else can go a long ways for someone's lifetime. There are some extraordinary people out there who truly they are extraordinary and the world revolves around them. Fair enough, right? You know, there are a few people in there who believes the world revolves around them, and it might be actually true. The majority of people are concerned with them. However, for 98 to 99% of all normal human beings, hopefully spend the holidays, go chat with someone. Like, heck, sometimes sitting down and arguing about something controversial for a day could really breathe some life in one's life. So hopefully the holidays and the New Year's make me reflect upon the year so much more. And I'm going to be reminiscing, and there's a bunch of nostalgia going around about my reflections. I spend the end of the year, as in this last couple days or this weeks, I spend a lot of time writing, journaling, and introspection, lots of retrospection and introspection to culminate my years so that I can consolidate the experiences and then plan for next year. I've already started planning a lot of things for the next couple months, right? So yeah, go out there, have fun. So until next time, if you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢, right? Until next time, 下次再聊吧, right? 聊吧. And then yeah, stay safe, stay healthy. Happy early holidays if I don't see ya. Now I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.